You need more talking for your test?
No, I just need more talking for you when you play D&D.
Oh, Robert.
That was a good joke. That was a good joke. It was a William, but like, you know, it was there. I had to take it. Everybody's ready then. It's time to play.
Okay.
God, I have been... Oh, this is so weird. Let's see what happens. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so weird. It has been just over 10 years since the Ascension, the White Witch taking power in Brightfall and slowly subjugating the continent of Lore, right now working her way across Evandria, exerting her will on pretty much everything. Crayfleury became something of a refuge in the early days, and now its borders are completely shut, and it takes a lot to get in there. Beyond that, people have escaped to the northern climb, making their way towards Allsfell and the northern independent cities and towns. Everyone trying to escape further to the south, but unable to do so without ships. And the only major docks being out of Brightfall. The God's Bridge, taken by the White Witch as well, has meant that anyone forced to escape must do so through the Eastern Amaranthine on a very long, arduous journey. It has become something of a prized thing, a ticket out of the country and away from this heinous existence. Wasn't sure what word to use. But for this, things are simpler, smaller. There are still those who, from under the White Witch's not yet infinite gaze, they are able to try and fight back, try and make things right. Try and help people. She has not complete control. There are still the devout of Ohm who worship the draconian teachings, though in secret now. There are still the vestiges of Evandria, though they operate in secret, unnoticed, and with nothing more than subterfuge and the constant undermining of her commands. Her commands given out by the Silent Congregation. Her followers, her informants, anyone who is dedicated to her, her cause, and her eventual ascension to complete godhood. But none more feared in Evandria, in her congregation, than the White Oracles. They are the judge, the jury, and the executioner of her will. Their word is absolute and it is law. They are knights of a more arduous variety. They are not the dregs of society. They are people who are dedicated. For the most part, they do try and enforce her will, but they do so as fairly as they can see fit. But for you guys, for Brightfall, and for the sake of the survival of what's left of Evandria and its people, this begins in a much more intimate, smaller place. The Tawny Hen. A small inn, a few blocks off of the main road leading out of the west gate of Brightfall. It is here where quite a few people have met up at the behest of one Valerie Betancourt, an older Floresian merchant woman who has been desperately trying to find a crew that can get things out of the city and make their way very far away from Brightfall and the Witch's Gates. As we open up in this small inn, so small you couldn't even really call it a tavern, a keg behind the bar, there is ale on tap, but there are no choices. The innkeep, presumably paid off, has asked no questions for any who have arrived. You all have had different ways of finding yourselves here, finding these connections, and eventually meeting up and being vetted to be trusted with this job. And as midday comes and you see Valerie arrive, the signal is given for everyone to meet in the back parlor of the Tawny Hen, where they will go over exactly what is to be expected of all of you. But when you arrive, there are a couple, especially Miss Betancourt, still missing from those you have seen spending some days here at the Hen. But you still notice a few. There's this gentleman, kind of not balding, but very much thinning hair. A bit of a, not pencil thin, but not impressively bushy mustache, and 5 o'clock shadow of someone who seems like they do not care particularly about their appearance. These two mercantile types that seem very closely related, probably brother and sister, both with these dirty blonde hair and the same sort of face, the brother being quite a bit taller, while the sister seems a bit more shady, looking around, definitely getting a lay of the land. A few others, an Asturian man who is wearing this very fanciful coat, sticks out quite a lot here in the Hen and in Brightfall and Avandria in general. It seems very showing off and flaunting wealth has become frowned upon and looked on as strange, especially in Brightfall. So to see someone dressed so nicely, and a foreigner at that, is a strange thing, given the fact that no one has really come here in more than 10 years now. Beyond that, there are what seem to be a fair few other gentlemen that have not armor and weapons, but definitely seem more of the defensive type. And the I do apologize, the hair thinning man that you have heard referred to by at least one of his guards as Maurice does seem to have a daughter with him of maybe 10 or 12. And as the rest of you arrive, I would ask unto you all not to describe yourselves, or not what you're doing, but to describe yourselves, please.
So I guess the first question, do I got boys here? Do I got my boys?
Yeah.
They'd probably like sit at the bar while I went to go do this. Yeah.
Sure. If that's your command. If that's what you got him doing.
Got him sitting at the bar. Why not? So Julius, one of the people, a bit scrawny sort, mid-30s, dark hair, well maintained mustache, bit not excited, but definitely doesn't seem dour by any means. Wears cheap clothing, ratty cloak. Just kind of looking around, watching things, seeing who's here.
probably like a minute, 2 minutes after Julius and the boys come in, a not quite hulking form in dark clothing with the hood pulled up sort of slips inside the hen, and he finds a nice corner to sit, his eyes on the door. As he opens it, you can see the hilt of a sword underneath his cloak, but that's all.
A clarification question then. We at this point in time we've all gone to the back room?
That was the signal was for, yes. You were all signified to meet in the back parlor of the house.
I would like to add an addendum to my thing that Julius would have been waiting in the inn for some time with two others, man and a woman of similar age, both with a bit lighter hair, kind of schmucky, not very strong looking, wearing even cheaper clothing than Julius. Good working class folk that he's been chummy with the entire time. But he would have left them to, go to the back room.
I guess I would just change mine by saying Gores does exactly what I said, except for instead of in the main room, he finds a corner in the back room and settles down to wait.
Alex?
Alex? Hello?
Oh wow, it has been a hot minute since we played D&D. My character arrives looking a bit out of breath. She is kind of not mousy, but like fairly nondescript sort of woman, the kind of person you'd see like mending baskets or making sandals or whatever, just like in any city. She's wearing kind of regular peasant-y sort of clothes. She has a gray cloak. She has long, dark auburn hair that's kind of tangled, very piercing gray eyes, and kind of some scratches on her face that are not bleeding or anything, but they don't seem to be, like, scabbed over, I guess?
They are
she's sort of...
significant scars, you would say.
Yeah.
Where were those scars?
Just kind of on her face.
All right.
She kind of looks around furtively and has a seat.
And as you all eventually make your way in with the others, there is a quiet moment. Things are certainly not laid back, but people are definitely a bit less stressed in here than they are in most places. And one moment goes by, another. After maybe 5 minutes or so, one of the gentlemen that was in the back had the only thing you noted was a wood hatchet at his side, high cloak, just kind of seems very much a sailor built type, and he just kind of looks up and, oh, what in the fuck's going on? I'm waiting here for Feels like 2 fucking hours, get told to come back here, and now nothing.
Well, could always occupy ourselves. And Julius would pull out some dice from his pocket and put them on the table.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I was told there was coin in there, so there was a chance of getting the fuck out. And now what? We gotta sit here and fucking gamble? I can gamble at 1,000,000 fucking places in this city. And what? Some stuck-up cunt is gonna pay us a shit ton of coin or scam us over so she can make another coin getting shit out of the city. Is that it? Fuck this. And he just gets up and just very angrily just stomps out.
Then who was that?
One of the, a guy who was just in the back, cloak up.
Yeah.
You can get a name or anything.
Cloak wearing guy? Gotcha.
Yeah, you didn't get a name from him or anything. He was here before you. Actually, you know what? Give me a connect intelligence.
Ooh.
See if maybe you do know him. That's convince, not connect.
What the fuck?
By the way,
I
god.
fucked that one up completely.
By
Let's
the
try
way,
it again.
oh my god, these rolls look so good.
Let's try that again.
Let's try that again.
With feeling. With feeling.
Oh my god. While you haven't met him, you have seen him about. He is essentially muscle for hire that you have not ran in the same circles with, but you know people who have, and
yeah, I know a guy.
He's always been kind of this hothead. He goes by Bulge.
What a fucking asshole.
But he's always been kind of a hothead, which is probably why you haven't worked with him, really. Very, not unreliable, but, like, very impatient and not, he has a reputation for not exactly listening to complex orders. So. We're off to the races, boys and girls.
With Julius will watch the guy leave and then look to the rest. Open offer.
There's a moment, and you just see this smile, and the Astorian man. I can't say that my luck is too bad, so I am more than willing to give it a shot.
Then we got Yu-Gi-Oh cards a duel. What do you want for this, then? I'm assuming, does anyone else join, I guess?
There were a couple of people who were kind of like, they're very much like, scratching the back of their head, like awkward, like waiting.
The Historian man, he was the one with the fancy clothes?
Yes.
I'm assuming I've never met him. Want me to roll?
Yeah, give me another one. See if you know this
guy. Can we just get out of the way right now and make a roll for everyone in the room?
You have, as far as you know, you do not know this man. Though, given what he is, you would assume, based on, you've interacted with similar people, things like that, and, he is definitely of the probably got stuck here sort. Like, probably was Astorian, diplomat, that sort of thing, or worked with Astoris here and got stuck here and was kind of abandoned or something, or just stuck in the country at this point.
Right. And then I guess, so Nick, I think you were going to respond to my question earlier?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, if Julius looks around the room at everybody else, he's greeted with nothing but sullen silence from the hulking cloaked figure in the corner.
I would also establish that Julius would have greeted Gors the moment he saw him.
Back
in the main room.
Yeah, all you would have gotten in return was like a like a grunt and a nod.
Let's just call it like Julius waved when he was with his boys out in the other room. That work for you?
Sure.
He would have got a long distance grunt in return.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a baritone, so you know the grunt probably carries.
That's good.
Oh.
Right, and I'm assuming Alex's character and the NPCs want to gamble.
Like I said, a lot of people are a little on edge about this.
Kind of waiting, right? Alex?
The lady with scratches on her face just kind of like shakes her head and looks to one side.
Right, then you want to just how do you want to? Yeah, what's the term? Resolve this. We don't actually have to play a game. Just like, you know, do we roll something, or are we just saying they're doing it?
For now, we'll say they're doing. And this goes on just minor amounts of coin.
Coppers.
Yeah, little more than copper going back and forth, mostly towards Julius.
Uh-huh.
He is. It is a.
Julius would ask the guy's name, like during the.
Like in small
Name
talk.
is Lorenzo. You are, and he just kind of motions towards you.
Julius. My boys call me Jules.
Your boys, you have children then.
Friends. Plenty of them.
Your children are your friends.
No children. Not quite yet, anyway.
He just gives a slightly confused nod and then continues, and after maybe 5 frustrated minutes, he just, you've gotten a dozen copper off of me. This is painful already.
Julius just kind of like grabs the pile of copper and pulls them towards his chest. Smiling.
You truly have a knack for that sort of thing. If I did not know any better, I would say that you are cheating.
Oh, I am nothing if not an honest man. I've not cheated a day in my life.
He kind of
I'm just on a hot streak right now.
He kind of raises an eyebrow in skepticism and kind of looks around the room. Any one of you notice anything?
Ven, based on Gorge's past interactions with Jules, does he know Julius to be a no
A scoundrel?
Because like he wasn't watching the game, so that's not my question.
Yeah, it's whether or not he knows it in the past as a thing.
Yeah.
No, he has never. From his past interactions and knowledge of him, he's never had anyone call him a cheater.
Well, let me be clear. Gorge has never gambled with Julius.
Yeah.
He's never been like in a parlor or a tavern room where someone's like gotten up and screamed at him for cheating or anything.
If that's the case, then when he looks at the hulking man in the corner, there he's greeted by more sullen silence.
More so.
Julius will look around the room at the same time as the other guy with an innocent look on his face.
Yeah, he gives a shrug and just, well, cannot blame a guy for being a little concerned about that, at least. He kind of shrugs and then he turns back. So does anyone know what is taking Miss Bettencourt so long?
Does Julius have any ideas? He's met her before, yeah? Or at least met someone.
No, she arrived, gave the signal, and presumably part of the plan was for her to meet. So, no, like...
When you say she gave the signal, was she out in the common room?
Yeah, she was here. Like, she was here, and, like, that was the thing. Like, when she arrived, that was the let's go for everyone to get in here and go over everything.
How long has it been since she gave the signal?
At this point, like, 10, 15 minutes. Like
Okay,
5 minutes
yeah,
of people shuffling in, and another 5 of just kind of, and then 5 minutes of fucking gambling, and now it's like, 15, 20 minutes probably total.
So when what's this guy's name? Lorenzo.
Lorenzo?
Lorenzo. When Lorenzo asks if anybody knows what's taking her so long, you hear another grunt from this hooded man, and he gets to his feet and he just says, "I'll go check." And he kind of, with very careful movements, he moves around the table back to the door to the common room to see if he can find Valerie.
Julius would kind of call after, like, as soon as he opens the door. Mr. Gores, why don't you ask Mr. Allmeal and Miss Peppas if they saw anything? They were sitting out there the whole time.
He doesn't look back, but there is another grunt of acknowledgement.
And then Julius will sit and wait and just count the 12 coffers over and over.
Oh. So, you head out and, what are you doing?
Looking around for... Her name's Valerie?
Valerie?
That she's the person who we're waiting for, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's who I'm looking
for. All right. Not in the main room here. The lobby is not large by any means. There's 2 small tables and then a bar that can fit maybe half a dozen people. There are 3 people at the bar, 1 gentleman that you don't recognize immediately, and then the 2 that were with Julius, that he referred to as William.
It was Mr. Allmeal and Miss Peppas.
I was about to write those names down, and then I was like, wait a minute. The course doesn't care who they are.
Nice.
He's going, after taking a quick look around, he'll sort of, he's not stomping, right? But like, he's a big guy. So he makes his way over to the goons, and he'll, I guess as he goes, he'll lower his hood, and he'll sort of grunt at them, and he'll say, "Did you see where that woman went?"
Just in general at both of them.
Yeah, he's not like addressing either of them, just like looking back and forth, sort of addressing both, I guess.
The gentleman turns and just, the one that Jules was waiting on.
There is a grunt of acknowledgement.
He looks not confused, but a little just, he shrugs and she was here for a moment. She tipped the barkeep here and then headed back out the door.
Which way? And he like indicates like right or left with his hand.
I was not watching. I saw her head out the door. He like turns, Steph, and she turns. I was not watching really, but I imagine probably left, right? I mean, on the right there's that alleyway that kind of terminates into a bit of a dead end, and most of the shit's out to the left. So that's the way I'd go if I were imagining it.
The situation is rapidly going beyond Gorse's pay grade. He's gonna like nod and grunt at the 2, and then he'll kind of stomp back over to the back room and not quite step in the room, but just in the doorway, and he'll. I think he's probably mostly addressing Julius, like he's looking at him, but like his voice carries to the whole room, and he says, "She left."
That sounds weird to Julius. Yeah, Robert.
It's definitely a little weird.
Like she isn't known as like a fink, like a rat, right?
No, I mean, she's legit as far as you know. Like she's been setting this whole thing up from everything you know. Getting people, like, I mean, word on the grapevine was it was very good coin, very good favors for anyone who was trusted for this job. Though she hasn't extensively worked in the questionable smuggling industry or anything before. At least not to
also kind
her
of
knowledge.
like tap his chin a bit, twirl his mustache. The fuck? And then he'll push out his chair, shove that coin in his bag, and begin walking towards Gores and, the door.
He doesn't like immediately get out of the way. Not like as an intimidation thing, just like he just doesn't. But if you like tap your foot or like clear your throat or anything, he'll
probably like gesture like with him like, excuse me. No. And then he moves, maybe?
Yeah, I said that. Didn't I say that?
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear you say
You
he moves.
implied that you would if asked.
Okay. And he'll just kind of head out into the main room and scratch his head a bit.
Hey, boss, what's
kinda-
going on? And Stefana heads over.
You told Mr. Gores that
to be clear, Gores didn't say that they told him. He just said
No.
she left.
Okay, let me try that again. Mr. Gores said that our contact left. Did you
Yeah.
happen to miss Betancourt?
She just gives a nod. Yeah, she headed out a couple minutes after heading in. Didn't seem in a hurry or nothing.
Just casual walkout, just like that.
Tip the bartender. Same as I told your boy Gores here.
Huh.
When she says your boy, there's like a snort or snorts.
I was gonna say that Soma, the woman in the gray cloak, would have like quietly slipped out of the back room to just come listen to all of this, I guess.
Julius
Now
kinda... Go ahead.
Now that his hood is down, you can see this is an orcish man. He's got kind of yellowed tusks. He looks middle-aged, maybe a little bit older for an orc. I don't think he has like Alex, your character has, like you said, pretty extensive scars on her face.
Mm-hmm.
Gores doesn't have
not really so much scars as like scratches.
Gores doesn't have that, but he does have, some like a scar here, especially like on his right cheek. He has a scar. His hair is kind of not unkempt, but obviously not like not a priority for him. He's got like a loose kind of tie in it, and his expression is set in a scowl currently.
Yeah, I think after like a few moments of thought, Julius would kind of move over to the bartender. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
You know what happened to Miss Betancourt?
He gives a shrug. She tipped me, said thank you for the use of the room, and she headed off. I don't know exactly what happened.
I was, had a little get together planned, and well, she just left. I don't know. Odd thing, ain't it?
I would say so. I mean, perhaps it was for all of you. Perhaps a surprise.
A nice surprise, huh?
He gives a little shrug. I don't know exactly what.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Just, it's a real head scratcher.
He looks to anyone else around at, like, for confirmation that it's a real head scratcher.
Is that do you not know that term, Vin? Is that not a term used in this world?
No. He just, like, he seems mostly like you're being very forthright about it, and he's a little off on that, like confused. I was after a second after she paid. I was not asking any questions. You guys were. I assumed. Hey, pay for the room. I don't ask questions.
Just to get together, but like it's weird for the
Host.
William's trying to think of the right word. It's weird for the host to just jump ship right away. It's bad manners,
Look, I almost said he looks at his watch.
he looks at his arm. He realizes he doesn't have a watch.
He walks outside and checks the sundial on his hand. Look, you are paid for at least a couple of hours. If there's something wrong with the room, perhaps we can reschedule, but she had to pay until sundown at least. No questions asked.
How much would I have been told about this woman? This whole deal, I guess.
Women.
Is that, are you asking like beyond that the coin is good? Because I'm assuming we were all told she has a job and the coin is good.
And it's very illegal.
And it's illegal. Is that a correct assumption?
That is the basics, yes. Coin or favors.
Yeah,
She seemed to imply
if there
a
was
level of
anything
influence
else
as well.
that I would have been asked by
Let me double check.
who asked me to do this job.
Yeah, who sent you on this job? Let's see here. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I don't know if that helps color any of this. Over the course of this time, by the way, a couple more people have walked out, frustrated at the seeming lack of a job.
So you got something?
This lady's gonna like step forward and just sort of like look at the little group of I guess Julius and the lads and the bartender and ask like, how much do you know about this woman? Is she reliable?
Joyce was like look between her and the barkeep, like
The barkeep,
curious as to why she's asking him.
The barkeep, he just kind of looks up. I don't, like I said, she paid me coin not to ask questions. Said she needed the use of my parlor on this day, and from the time of sunrise until sundown. At that point, he just kind of shrugs. I don't. Her name was Valerie. I know that.
Right. Well, sorry for all the oddity here. Well, it looks like the party's over, so, enjoy your, having your room before you open. Maybe you can get someone else in there before the evening's over and make some extra coin, but I think that's going to be it for us here. Just kind of just walk away, move into Gorza. Mr. Gorza, so sorry about this one. I really didn't think this was how this was going to work out. If you want half of the historian's coppers, I'd be more than happy to give it to you to make up for this.
Gores, who has had kind of a the scowl on his face throughout the conversation with the barkeep, he has said nothing, even to the smaller woman's question. And when Julius comes and approaches him with an offer of a few copper, he makes a non-committal grunt, shrugs one shoulder, and then just hands out one big beefy hand.
Enjoy your 6 coppers, buddy.
Hell yeah!
I mean,
Guess
again,
guess which characters made money during this adventure?
it's only 10, 15 minutes.
Probably closer to 20, 25 at this point.
Well, I mean, someone doesn't have anything else to do. She's gonna hang out some more and see
A moment
if
after
anything happens.
a moment after you give the copper, the gentleman that introduced himself to a couple of people as Maurice comes out and just, hi, you're planning that we can't leave. I need the shop.
Well,
She'll be back. And at this point, he turns to the barkeep. I overheard. Now there's some of us stay in the room still. So we're keeping it until it's paid off sundown. So yeah.
Julia shrugs in the background.
The barkeep just nods. Not the problem then. Sure. And the man Maurice turns back to you. Why are you all planning to leave exactly?
Well, I mean, bit of a discourteous host situation going on here. That much else to say about it.
Maybe she got caught up in business. Sure, she'll be back.
Well, you'd sure believe that if you'd like to. But that is entirely up to you.
Oh, please, just give it a little while longer, please.
You seem a bit invested in this.
I mean, yeah, invested.
He was the guy with the kids and the 2 bodyguards?
He had the kid. He was speaking with a couple of guards that, conversationally, but he did have a 10 or 12-year-old daughter with him.
Did she stay in the other room?
No, she was with him in the thing.
No, I mean, did she?
Oh yeah. She's still in the back room. Yeah.
Okay. Julius will look at the man appraisingly for a moment. Was she the? Was this all your idea to begin with, or?
Well, no. I mean, I heard about it, and
So you're just in desperate need of a job, then?
I need coin, man, and I know people out in 2 Rivers and beyond. I got some connections from my younger days. Figured, I can help out, make sure we got a good supply line for wherever we're headed.
Well, I feel your pain, but without a recruiter, no job.
Come on, just give it an hour. Come on, look, they imply danger, and I get that. I get that it's dangerous and all that, but I'm not no fighter, and strength in numbers and all that. I need. Come on.
From one bonfire to another, I get it, but my concern here is the odd feeling I have when I found out that our hostess had told the barkeep that we were done with the room.
Gores makes another kind of affirmative grunt, and he says, kind of shortly, "No woman, no job."
I mean, yeah, but perhaps she'll come back. Probably, right?
Listen, pal, if you're looking for some work, I might be able to find someone who will willing to hire you to do something easy, maybe a bit of hard work, but relatively easy.
Come
Might be a
on,
few
I
days.
mean, I'm not the only one who's hurting here. There are people who staked a lot on this. I mean, the Cheshams in there, these merchants, they's planning to, they don't even, they're just trying to move goods. They, it's a caravan, they're here just trying to move goods safely. All that. He doesn't look like he's like ready to cry so much as he just looks mentally exhausted.
But exasperated.
And he just, come on, they need it, and kind of turns towards Gores. With him here, we could probably, we'd be good to go for one-man army on our side, right? That's worth something, right?
In response, Gore's just like, he kind of like, he's a big guy and he's pretty tall, and he just like looks down his nose at this guy, scowling.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I don't think I caught your name, but I didn't mean to offend. Just saying, you. Come on, I need this. It's bigger than coin. It's bigger than coin. It's just, it's getting away from the city and all that.
Gores considers him for a moment, and then he kind of leans in an effort to be quiet, and then to maybe some people's surprise, he does whisper, despite his deep voice, "What do you know?"
About what exactly?
You must know something.
About all this? I know that we're trying to get stuff out far. Out to, probably. Look, I think it's Crayfleury. We're going far on this one. Coin, I mean, Bettencourt, she's legit. I knew her before, before Ascension. Before the White Witch and all that. She's got coin. She's got a lot of coin. She's got the kind of coin that can get you out of here permanently. Get you away from all this.
How this is whispered? Like, how much of this can I hear?
Give me a. I need to remember skill checks for a new system here.
You would have been, I think.
Notice, Sven?
Everybody except for Julius would have been surprised at how quiet Gores could speak.
Yeah, give me a wisdom
People
notice.
totally think he's Ishri.
Mhm.
He's an Ishri.
That's enough to make out vaguely what Gores is saying, and pretty clearly what Maurice is saying. Like, he's whispering, but, like, he's whispering to the point where, like, he's trying to convince people to stick around. So, yeah, I mean, come on. There's things we need to be doing and all that, and just give it long enough, and he just, like, looks to you. Heading out to Crayfleury, big coin. Maybe getting out of here permanently. Ain't it
Well,
worth something?
sir, I can tell you that, for my part, the coin doesn't matter, so I'll stay. Perhaps she's trying to weed out the impatient among us.
Yeah. He immediately, like, almost stands at your side as if you were arguing on his behalf.
When she says the coin doesn't matter, Gores lets out another snort.
Julius has the like has an expression. What's the fucking term? Like a half smirk, like a I can't believe you just said that face.
I mean, you know, say, and sometimes it's not coin for people. Sometimes it's, you know, all that influence, asking for help. I'm sure there's something, and he kind of like turns to you and to you, Soma, and I'm sure there's something for you, miss, that she can do to help you.
I'm here to help other people. I don't need any help myself.
Don't see much of that these days, but that's good to hear. It's good to hear.
Don't know about that. Plenty of agents around these days.
He looks
Agents?
skeptical.
People working for other people.
I'm doing a favor for someone, I suppose, but
And a favor ain't just a bit of
working
work.
for anyone.
And if a favor ain't just a bit of work, then what is it?
I'll just...
Don't suppose this favor's for our hostess?
No.
Friend of the hostess.
Do I know that?
You do not.
She shrugs.
So you're in the same position as us then. Don't know much.
I
But making
suppose you'd say
assumptions
that.
on what our... You know, this is all just a bunch of spinning wheels. I feel like it's not really going anywhere. And, I'll tell you. While you might think that she's checking our patients, she also might be alerting someone who might not want to be arriving. Julia says the last part a bit more quietly.
And as you do, almost on cue, the door to the hen begins to slowly open.
Gores was mid affirmative grunt, but then you see mostly his eyes snap to the door.
Joyce just kind of put on a casual air, glance that way.
And in comes Valerie Betancourt. She looks a little concerned at the amount of people hanging out in this small lobby.
Julius crosses his arms and just kind of raises an eyebrow.
And she, without saying anything or meeting any of you directly in the eyes, makes her way into the back room.
I will follow.
Maurice is like right on her heels, almost like excitedly.
Gores waits for them to disappear into the back, and then he sort of slowly turns his head to look at Julius, and then like jerks his chin back towards the door and cocks an eyebrow.
Julius just kind of shrugs. How much would ale be here then?
Like 2 copper for a big pint.
Jules will throw 2 copper on the throw 2 copper on the table. You said a big 4 copper on the table, I meant to say. And I say it might be a bit longer. Why don't you guys have something to drink? For the boys. And then he'll mosey on into the back room.
As you say that, Steph turns to you and just, you might need some herbs for your cough. It's pretty bad today, sir.
We'll worry about that later. And he'll fucking rush off. Just, smoked one to me today.
Does he does he acknowledge Gorza's implied question at all? Or
He shrugged at him.
Okay.
Shrugged at him.
Then I guess
It was like the
Gorz
first thing
will
you did there.
Gorz will follow as well, and resume when he enters. He'll resume his seat in the corner, putting his hood back up as he goes.
In the room with one covered window. After a moment, once you guys get in, you shut the door, and she looks to whoever comes in last and, like, motions back to the door. Please lock it.
What kind of lock is it? Like Gorz will turn back, or he wouldn't. I guess he would. He would probably already know this. He wouldn't have gone into this room without looking at it.
It's the, like, it's called deadbolt? I can't.
A deadbolt is a
Yes, it is a deadbolt lock.
one you
I'm
cannot
sorry.
pick. It's
Yeah.
just a
Yeah.
switch.
Yeah, it's just like you just turn it. That's what it is.
So
And
it can't be
how
opened
big
from
is-
the side, but can be unlocked from the side easily.
How big is the window?
The window is maybe 2.5 feet wide by 4-ish feet tall. You're kind of eyeballing because it's currently covered by a fairly heavy sheet.
Gorz squints at her for like a full 2 seconds, and then slowly he just reaches back and he doesn't ram it closed, but he does close the deadbolt with a thunk.
Well, I do apologize. There was some last-minute business that needed taken care of. I had to have messages sent ahead. Someone I'm meeting in Two Rivers.
Bit concerning. Thought you might have cut and run on us.
Please, I would never. This is too important. Now, there is a lot that is being transported here. Actually, and at this point she motions towards the siblings, the Cheshams here are more than willing to provide quite a lot of mercantile goods if we need any basics for travel. They'll be providing pack mules, they'll be providing rations for the journey, they'll be providing all of the things that we need for camp, tents, all the like, on the promise that we keep them safe for the extent of their journey. Their end goal is the Everin. From there, they will be on their own, as will we. But they will be able to provide for us until then. They may continue with us after that. And she pauses for a moment. I cannot say. Nor can they. That will depend on if they can meet anyone immediately at the Everin on the night that we're there. Now, and she claps her hands together. I did have a promise of coin, but for anyone who does not want coin, I do have connections so I can get you out of the country. And at this point, there is not a hush, but amongst the rest of the people here, there is a bit of surprise at that. When I say out of the country, I do not mean past the Ivanfleur borderlands. I mean the ability to actually get you on a ship and into the Amaranth. Beyond that, you would be on your own, pursuant to exactly the crew and ship that you end up on. But I can get you that far, which, well, it goes without saying that that passage on a ship is more valuable than gold and most lives. Oh, I do need to know if anyone is interested in that, or if this is going to be coin for everyone. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Right. And at this point, Maurice just, can you get it for me? And he just motions to his daughter. If you can get one for two of us, that would be no problem at all. I already know that you are more than capable of assisting us on this journey, especially once we don't have the gifts and assistance of the Cheshams here. I can do that for you. Now, that said, I will go over the basics, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask, but I will not be able to promise an answer to all of them. We are going to be transporting a joint caravan run by myself and the Cheshams. They will be providing a large one, we will be providing a small one, and you all are the guards and various people in the employ of the Betancourt Chesham caravan for the extent of the journey. We are not going to be insured by anyone, but we are here to defend. Beyond that, what your scope of actual abilities are is one thing, and what you will be told you are doing, guarding and guaranteeing the safety and passage of the Betancourt Chesham caravan, is another. So, the end goal is going to be, we are going to be stopping in Two Rivers, and from there, making our way further west. I know that seems basic, as many have done before, but with luck, we will be able to get this all the way out. For some of you, this will probably be much more blind than you are used to. For others, this may be a journey that you are comfortable making. I could not say. We will be sticking to the roads as much as possible, given the amount of product that is being moved. But beyond that, there may be times, especially if the congregation comes calling, that we will need to make ourselves scarce. So you all need to be able to travel lightly and conceal anything that may be untoward to the prying eyes of the oracles. Is that all understood?
She didn't say the final destination, right?
She has not yet.
Does Gores know what... Like, obviously caravans hire guards, but... Like, are there known dangers on the roads these days?
Yes. Banditry is massive.
Okay.
Like, even if you're just traveling on, on foot, you want to be in a group, or you will get mugged even if you don't have anything, because banditry is massive. To the point where, like, give me a knowledge wisdom.
Knowledge. I know things. Can I just click this? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Well, you have heard stories because, so within the context, it is very easy to brand someone as, like, hunted by the oracles or even the congregation at large. So there are a lot of people that try and live off the grid, which is very hard to do, and it is not uncommon for people on their last legs to resort to cannibalism.
Yikes.
Wowie.
But like, isn't there like woods? Like, couldn't they, like, I don't know, hunt rabbits or something? Like, Jesus.
You can actually kind of like starve on a all rabbit diet because they have like no fat on them.
I mean, I'm just saying, like
But
if it came to it, I'd rather eat some rabbit and be hungry than fucking cannibalize some homies, you know?
So you don't live here.
Either way.
I guess not.
It is not a common thing by any means, but it is something that you have heard of happening. So even people who are traveling alone and very light with nothing of real value can be mugged, attacked, or are otherwise in danger.
For their meaty bits. Jesus.
Beyond that, as of now, our final destination is going to be Lice Shear, at the borders of Cray Fleury. And we are going to be transporting, as I said, the caravan has goods procured by myself and the Cheshams here. The basics are very much, and she kind of motions to the Cheshams, who begin rattling off basic supplies and things that are being transferred, that are going to be getting it seems like the plan is going to be to stop in major settlements and do some basic trade as much as for a cover as much as anything else.
Anything they mentioned seem notable to Julius?
It all seems very basic. Trading basic arms and armor, leathers, things like that. They've got quality wood they're going to be transporting 2x4s and things like that as well. I also have a extensive collection of various paintings and tapestries and things like that, which will be the most valuable portions. Now, let me make this very clear. If anyone asks what is being covered up, or they have an idea, that is why. Because I do not wish to have it get out that there is expensive art. Understand?
What are the chances she's lying about the contents of the caravan, Robert?
1,000%.
Thanks, Robert.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no, that's about right.
Okay, yeah, I don't think you need to roll to know that's not the extent of it.
Right, well, just well, that's all for me then. Thank you.
So, if there is something that anyone questions you, that is the way that you are going to focus. That we are very excited to get some of these belongings that I have procured in Brightfall that I am bringing back to Cray Fleury. Most of them are Floresian originals that I have bought over a number of years and I'm going to be transporting back, and I know and understand their value. So I do not wish to have them be, and she pauses for a moment, reappropriated back into the hands of untoward people within Avant. Is that clear?
There is another affirmative grunt from Gores.
Julia spends a moment looking contemplative and then just nods.
She claps her hands quickly together again and then looks around at everyone and... Now, are there any more questions? Anything at all, please? Ask now so that we may have everything very clear and understandable.
What's our take here? What are you paying us?
The final payout will be dependent on, and she motions at first to the Cheshams and then pauses a second. There will be small payouts each time we get to a city or town and they do some trade. You'll be getting a cut of that. Enough to at least incentivize continuing on the trip, and once it is finished, I will be putting up some of the pieces that I'm bringing with myself for auction, and then that will be your cut. It will be divided a number of ways based on everyone who makes it the entirety of the way. You're free to peel off at any point that you wish, though that at that point, that will be the end of your payment and contributions. Is that understood?
Julius nods.
I would wager, depending on exactly how the aristocratic population of Cray Fleury feels, each of your cuts will be somewhere in the range of 50 to 250 gold. I have already announced to Cray Fleury that I am going to be arriving with a number of Fleurisian art pieces. So, there will be, of course, minimum holds on all of them, so if the auctions do not reach that amount, then they will not be getting sold. But I promise you, at minimum, it will be 50 gold ahead.
Gores kind of reaches up into his hood and rubs his chin a little bit. And sort of like looking past her, he says, "Long way for 50 gold."
As I said, that is at a minimum. That is the promised coin that you make it the entire way. That is not counting any sort of profits that the Cheshams make that they share with us. We have already agreed upon a simple profit sharing that will help get us the rest of the way while still being able to procure any sort of basics that you might need for your time on the road. And beyond that, well, as I said, expect... She pauses for a moment and considers doing some math and thinking in her head. I would say it is not unreasonable to expect 200 gold a head. Though I cannot promise, it would be dependent on exactly how much coin is going to be getting moved on these art pieces. And of course, how many of you make it the entirety of the way. If something is to come up and you need to leave, or you decide that the journey is not worth it, I understand, but I would not obviously be able to pay you for the entire journey if you do not make it all the way. And she claps her hands again. Is that understood? As I said, favors as well. If there's something particular that you need assistance with, I have the ability to get you out of the country and onto the Amaranthine Sea. Destination would eventually be the Dragonheart Isles. She pauses for a moment. And of course, enough coin to get you where you wish to go after. I hear there is a beautiful festival going on in Starshore in the winters. Out in Lenore, but that is of course the other side of the world. She gives a little half smile.
Let's go ahead and stick to the main bit of traveling here for now.
When do we leave?
Well, if I did not have that business to attend to, I would have said we are leaving today, but instead, it will be first thing in the morning. And, you were all instructed to have enough things on the event that you needed to leave immediately. I assume that is still accurate, and you would be able to leave at a moment's notice right now. And she looks to everyone for confirmation.
Yeah, Julius nods.
There's another affirmative grunt from Gores.
Many of the others also give agreeable nods and things.
Gores is actually credited for the intro to Home Improvement.
Right, well then. If that is the case, none of you are to leave the Tawnyhan at this point. If you do so, consider yourself off of the job. I do not want this information getting out in any way, shape, or form. If you do so, please do not come back. And I would also ask, and at this point turning towards, like, making sure to look across at everyone. If someone does leave, I would hope that the rest of you are more than capable of informing me post-haste so that we may leave immediately upon their doing so.
You will stay as well?
I am not intent on going anywhere at this point. I've acquired what I need, and anyone else who is going to be arriving at my behest will be doing so very shortly, or is already waiting for us at a preordained spot along our journey. I've been slightly vague about which way our journey will take us when we will be off the road, because until we are on the road, I do not know who I can and cannot trust with that information.
Does when she makes the request for people to stay, or rather not leave until the caravan is ready, does anybody look like nervous or, jumpy?
I mean, the only one who has looked particularly nervous at all during this has been Maurice, who has been quietly, like, whispering and occasionally talking to his daughter.
Julius has just a minor grin, just kind of listening.
Soma is chill. She's just hanging out, listening, and kind of occasionally nodding.
Is there a vibe to that chill? Is she bored, dead inside?
Calm, I guess?
Yeah.
Now then, we will have some things to go over the course of the day, but please feel free to speak amongst yourselves. You have the day. We will leave at first light tomorrow. Be ready. I need to go up to my room. And she heads out. Giving a pausing. I assume Gors is still next to the door.
No, he took his. Yeah, I guess he would have been next to the door.
She does like give you a slight smile and nod, and unlocks the door and heads out, closing it behind her.
Gors like watches her go, and like he's not scowling at her or anything, but he is doing the like kind of unsettling thing where you know he meets her eyes and makes no indication that he's going to break the gaze, and just watches her as she leaves.
She turns to go. Julius kind of leans back in his chair a little bit, puts his hands behind his head, and just kind of closes his eyes. Maybe it looks like he's thinking.
So gazing around the room, how well equipped do these various people seem to defend a caravan?
Julius has a sword. Looks like it's never been used, but he's got one.
It's shiny. He's got a shiny sword.
It's a sheath sword, but still. It's just
like
kind of hung there
the
half-assed.
pommel is like polished or something.
Yeah, why not?
The two guards who were standing with Maurice off and on seem... They come off as very much like the, almost like the old Cinderguard type. They seem well-built. They do not have weapons on them, but they look much more like the arm type. Obviously, Gors has a weapon on him and is a moderate shithouse.
Yeah, Gors has. It's not like, it's not like a
Looks like a
long sword or
super
anything.
weapon.
It is a sword, and it is a, the hilt like protrudes from under his cloak, but it's not like a huge weapon or anything.
What about Soma? Is she a small child in build, or?
She is an average woman who is not wearing armor. It looks like maybe she has a dagger at her belt, but that's it.
Does she have a buff coat?
Is she
No.
is she in the buff coat gang?
No.
Loser! You're a loser!
No, she's in the clothes gang.
Loser. Sorry.
Imagine not having a buff coat.
Imagine not having a coat that is buff.
Beyond that, of the two, the Cheshams, Oliver seems more of a merchant type, whereas there's definitely a bit of a probably could defend herself pretty well from his sister, who you have been at least casually introduced to as Phoebe. She definitely comes off as more of the able to defend herself. Valerie is like 60 plus. She's an old bitch. She probably can't fight.
Okay.
Nice.
So, there is probably the sense of numbers will be enough. Like, if 3 or 4 assholes jump you, numbers will.
What if like 10 assholes jump us?
Then we're all fucked.
Well, I shrugged. Hope that doesn't happen.
How so she's now told us our sort of destinations.
Yes.
Does Gores know roughly how long it would take a caravan to get to the Everin and then onwards to was it Lyshir?
If you go by direct route, you'd be looking at...
Roads, obviously.
Yeah, if you go by direct route of road, you're looking at probably... Depending on speed and everything, and obviously, like, you know, if you arrive at Two Rivers midday, you'd be staying till the next day. You're probably looking at between 12 and 15 days to get from Brightfall to the Everin. 10 and 14, maybe.
Okay.
And then from there, if you continue by road, you're looking at... assuming you hit Desro and then Trennisfield, that would be another 8 to 10. And then from there, probably have less of an idea, but probably another 4 days. So, you know, rough guesstimate, you're looking at 20 to 25 days travel.
One way.
Yes. It would probably be quicker back because, assuming you're not transporting wagons, you could probably be a lot quicker back.
Okay.
So, yeah. Any other question?
Not here.
That Gore's cannibal roll was our first technical nat 20 of the game.
Yeah, dude, I fucking
I just
cranked
noticed
12.
that. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Got that
Oh, fuck.
-1 though, you know what I'm saying?
Nice.
So anyway, with that,
Nat 12.
Nat 12, what up?
ugh.
Gores is going to like kind of just watch the room for a moment, and then he'll try and make eye contact with Julius.
Who I explicitly stated has his eyes closed and is leaning back in his chair.
Damn it. In that case, he
Poke him
will.
in the
He'll,
ribs.
yeah, he'll kind of. You know, he's not stomping, right? But he's a big guy, so he kind of goes over and looms over Julius.
Menacingly.
And then, you know, he's not trying to be menacing, but he's this giant orc man, and he almost delicately he touches Julius on the shoulder, grunting as he does.
I'm pretty sure Julius probably would have heard the walk
Oh,
and
yeah.
then looked. But it's good to know he would have touched him delicately. Yeah,
Wentworth
Julius-
just floated over like a 1/4 inch over the floor.
Like a hoverboard. Of course, is riding a hoverboard. Anyway, Julius would have looked over as soon as, like, opened one eye as soon as, you know, Gore started walking his way. You know, raised an eyebrow, like, what's up?
He when he opens his eye, Gores stops and he kind of grunts and then jerks his chin towards the common room.
Julius kind of sits, like, puts his chair back on all of its legs and stretches before standing. He assumes that means follow. So, does Gore start walking out as soon as he stands, or
Yeah, if he gets up, he'll
Yeah.
lead the way out,
then Julius follows?
and he'll pick a nice corner or side wall table, or you know, or something somewhere out of the way, and he will sit.
Just glance at his boys, make sure they're doing all right, and then, you know, sit with Gores.
Gores lets the silence hang for a moment, and then he grunts again, and he says, "She is hiding something."
What tipped you off?
no, there's no smile or anything. Gores is like deadpan. He's probably lowered his head to talk with Julius, and he just shrugs.
That's most likely the case, but I got a good feeling about this.
Good feelings are useless in mortal peril.
Maybe. But I do think we're going to make it out here with some good gold, good coinage. So, I think I'm going to stay on. I was pretty close to leaving earlier. Sheepfold was a little too sketchy for what I usually like, but... Well, I didn't get a bad feeling from it. Just an odd one, if that makes sense.
Dangerous. Waiting around.
A tad bit. Julius kind of has like a resting grin, like after everything he says, he just kind of goes back to it, kind of like that, kind of like an airiness where he's kind of like thinking about something else, like during the conversation. Maybe the payday, probably the payday. But we'll not be waiting for too long.
Gores grunts again, and then he jerks his chin towards the squad, the goons, and he says, "We should watch the door." Shifts.
Is Gores referring to the outer door or like the back room door?
The outer door. Julius would know that Gores he's not paranoid, but like he definitely takes stuff like this seriously, and he is not interested in being surprised by what are those guys called? The seers? Or
The
whatever?
oracles? The white oracles.
Yeah, those guys. Or anyone else, for that matter.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Bulge has some choice words for us later. That's the angry sort who stormed out near the beginning.
Gores will just shrug and say, "His loss."
Maybe.
Never liked him much. Too loud.
Wouldn't touch that one with, with 2 or 3 people between us.
Gores grunts in the affirmative.
As
Does
you
it
guys-
seem like Gores has anything else to say?
No, he's just like, after that exchange, he kind of settles down, his back to the wall, facing the door. He's one of those assholes who's sitting in an inn, not drinking and or eating. He's just kind of sitting there. He'll probably take out a small knife and a whetstone and
I thought you were gonna say he was gonna fucking play the finger knife game. where you, yeah.
he'll
Oh,
begin sharpening it.
I like how Nick
very
is
slowly and methodically.
essentially at this point has described Gores as the most suspicious NPC when a regular party enters a tavern.
100%, dude. To be fair, though, at this point he has taken his hood down, and he's just kind of sitting there watching the door with a knife in his hand.
God.
Oh my god.
I think at that point, Julius would, nod and parting and rejoin his boys and just kind of speak with them for a bit and try to get a gauge on everyone who left, just so he knows who all has left already.
While you guys talk, for the sake of my sanity, let me hop on over so I don't forget. After a moment, after you guys head out, Maurice finds you, Soma, and kind of like heads over to you. Oh, you said you didn't care about the coin, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, he kind of leans in. She doesn't know that. Can you just get your share and, throw it my way?
If you like.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Miss. I'm sorry. I'm real bad with names.
I don't believe I've introduced myself in the first place. It's Soma.
Soma. Well, nice to meet you. He just gives a half smile and like awkwardly starts to shake your hand.
She doesn't exactly smile, but she nods.
Well, let's here's to all of us being committed to this trip. I'm gonna. He like awkwardly just like walks back a couple feet and then like I need to take my daughter to bed.
Good night, then.
He gives a nod.
She like waves a little.
He gives a nod and he heads off to his second floor bed.
Do we all got bedrooms?
Yes, you all would have. Some of you might have been doubled up, but essentially, you learn very quickly that it seems over the course of like 2 or 3 weeks, she bought out every room in here, just not making it very obvious she was. And so she essentially, Valerie essentially owns the entirety of the inn right now.
All right. In that case, I think Soma will chill in the common room for a while, and then probably just tip a nod to the boys and go to bed.
I do want to establish then who all was in there during the actual conversation. It was Soma, Gores, Julius, the Maurice, the fucking weird guy.
Maurice, his daughter, Lorenzo, the Cheshams, Valerie, 3 guards, 2 that seemed to be friends with Maurice, and 1 other gentleman who initially came in with Bulge, but was not there. Like, when he stormed out, this guy stuck around.
Bulge.
Okay, so just I just to make sure I have it. So it was Lorenzo, Maurice, the Chessums, Bulge, Valerie, not the Bulge, Bulge left. Someone who was with Bulge?
Came in with.
Came in, but didn't, but did stay.
Yeah.
And is that everyone?
No, there was also,
And some guards, you said.
Yeah. The guy with Bulge, 2 other guards who were with Maurice at one point, though not exactly sure if they knew each other or anything, but they were talking when you arrived. And that would have been it.
Okay, I think I got everyone. And then, no, I'm assuming no one leaves, right?
No?
Let's see. I think Julius would eventually go around to, go chat with everyone at some point before the evening comes to a wrap. Just to, hey, my name's Julius. My boys call me Jules. That type of thing. You give them the same spiel. Hi, how are you? Do a bit of networking while he's here. You ever need anything, let me know. I'll try to find someone to help out. Try to get a gauge on what everyone's, what everyone's up to. Like, is he able to figure out like what everyone's gimmick is?
I mean, like, with regards to the people in the meeting?
Guardsman, chatty guy, negotiator, like what everyone's
So
role.
Maurice, is very not open, but like if you talk to him, he would definitely be like, he seems to know people. Like he was a not unlike yourself, Julius, but
Why'd you make an NPC of my character that's older with a daughter? What's that about then? He has the mustache, the shitty hair. What the fuck?
I only wrote this guy 6 months, a year ago? I don't fucking know.
How could you?
Stop copying my NPCs, William. Make an original character.
Leave them on your fucking desktop where I see them.
But he was much more of a... It seems like it was much more of a thing that he did before the Ascension. Like, a lot of his stuff was... he was like a mercantile middleman who doubled as a... He doubled as a... almost like a secretary for a lot of different people. So he just kind of... Like, you know, he did favors for a lot of people, and he didn't so much connect people as he was the connection between people, if that makes sense. And he seems to be fairly confident in his ability to call in some very old favors and things like that over the course of the time.
So he's here to call in favors.
Call in favors, and yeah, he does not seem to be much of a fighter. And he is incredibly protective over his daughter.
Do I get a name for the daughter?
Real quick, I was listing out everyone in the meeting. There you guys go.
In the meeting, Valerie, Oliver, and Phoebe. Oh, Oliver's the other guy's name. Okay.
And Maurice's daughter's name is... Let me name her.
Someone Pugar.
Tekka.
Okay. Spelling out Tekka, and I'll never spell it differently.
Type that out for you.
Like Mecha.
Yes, he seems very protective of her. And if you questioned it, if anyone questioned it, he would have been very open about the fact that she doesn't have anybody else. He needs this job, so she had to come with it.
That seemed obvious.
Yeah.
Would Julius be able to get the names of the guards, or would the one guard who came in with Bulge be willing to chat at all?
The one who came in with Bulge, pretty much as soon as the meeting broke, went up to his room.
Ah, well, Julius isn't that fucking much of a bother.
Yeah. The other two, you would have gathered, seem to be, if not friends, they seem to have at one point, they're not like friends, but like when they got here, like Maurice started talking to them, and whether it was, they're vague about whether or not it was pity or what, but they just kind of kept talking to him, and he didn't latch on to him, but they were the only ones who immediately responded in more than a casual conversation. Their name were, give me 1 minute. Osmond and Bertram.
Are they like partners?
They seem to be friends. They're,
Okay.
I mean, for all intents and purposes of...
Yeah, one character. Got it.
Yes. They do not seem to be in a relationship, if that's what you were asking.
No, I was not asking
Okay,
that.
I wasn't sure.
Like, I was saying, like, you know, partners in crime, or are they an adventuring party? You know?
They seem to
Hey,
know
Bob,
each
they
other
gay?
beyond this, so yes.
Okay.
Oh.
I thought everyone was bi.
Oh.
Doesn't mean they're fucking dating, Alex. Jesus.
Oh.
Funny though.
Wow.
I mean, that Julius and Julius and Gorsfelds were pretty close. Maybe they're gay.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
What? Nah, fucking Julius has roommates.
Oh.
They're chilling on another table.
They would have also confirmed, like, so we're doing the job, right? Your two
The boys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if
Basically, Julius would have probably sat down with them, mentioned that, hey, it's a you know, we're guarding
Yeah, like
care
me
of
getting the
them,
thumbs up
helping
and
it.
then asking about pay.
Yeah, and he would have mentioned what the pay was. So since they're not expected to fight, they're just kind of there to help with some of the, you know, the manual aspects of things. Their pay would be less, right? That would be
She seemed to
expected of the
imply
arrangement.
the pay is based on who's here rather than what they're
Oh,
doing.
okay.
Like, as long as they can justify themselves being here, pays the same.
Right? Now I feel bad about making him sit out of the meeting. But yeah, he'd mentioned that he's pretty sure that she's guarding something valuable and mentioned that it was art. He would not allude to it probably not being art, but that is what he would say.
So that evening, probably later at night.
Hang on. Did Julius get Soma's name, or did she go up before he got a chance to chat with her?
I mean, if she saw that he was going around talking to everyone, she
Networking.
probably would have waited.
She probably would
Oh,
have
how
talked it out.
polite. No, she would have waited until he walked over and then just fucking fled. Yeah, so what does she like say when he's like,
Cliche.
you know, name's Julius, boys call me Jules, you know, he would probably mention that he does a bit of negotiation, and works with people in general, is what he would have said. How would Soma have introduced herself?
Hey, I'm so. What's up? No, I'm kidding.
People think I'm
joking.
depressed, but I like rock and roll and stuff.
What?
It's a reference to something.
Okay.
It's also funny.
Okay. No, she would, you know, introduce herself by name. I guess he probably already overheard that she wasn't doing this for money, that, you know, she's doing a favor for someone. I help people. That's probably
Julius probably would have asked, like, wait, you had
Has
help
to
set
say.
up tents? You don't seem much of a guardsman, here to set up tents and keep an eye out, or warm body.
all of the above.
She's here to job. Right. Well,
You'll see.
so Julius was about to like walk away, you know, say his goodbye, but at that sounded significant. He stops on a dime. He like turns around. See what exactly?
Well, if necessary. Hopefully not.
Julius taking like a step back, like look around the inn room, like the tiny common room, and like, what? Are you carrying something dangerous?
She kind of considers for a minute. No.
Julius would give it like the obvious like skeptical eye, like. Right, keep
She
your
kind of
secrets,
like
then.
pulls out the sides of her dress to show him like she has no hidden objects.
Right, keep your secrets then. I suppose it'll come up if it comes up. Evening to you. And he walks
Saying hello.
away. Does she then like head up immediately after, or
Yeah.
if Julius
So
notices
cute.
that, that she walks upstairs, he kind of like pauses in the middle of his stride back towards the boys, and then immediately beeline towards the table with Gores.
I was going to say, as a study in contrast to Julius, Gores has been sitting in the same spot at the same table with the same knife for the whole time. And he's just watching people. Mostly the door, but also people. There's probably, like, eventually when more people filter into the common room, he'll put his hood back up.
Yeah, so Julius would beeline towards Gores' table. I just had the weirdest conversation just now.
There's like a, again, Gorza's characteristic like moment of silence before he responds, and he just says, "You talk too much."
I mean, you hear weird things, you talk too much. That, the girl who's not in it for the money, I think that might be a lie, or maybe it isn't. Her name's Soma. I'm 30% sure she's a drug addict. He would have said just addict. 30% sure she's an addict. Said some weird shit about, when I asked her what she does, she said, "I'll see." So...
If you have to. What's the... What's
See, that was conversation, you're not here.
There's that characteristic Gore's moment of silence, and then he kind of like straightens a little bit, like brandishes the knife just a little bit, and then cocks his head to one side, and he says, "Should I take care of it?"
Maybe just watch your coin purse with her around. If she is an addict, she might have been lying about the coin thing. She might have tried to take something when we're not looking. Either way, I think another pair of vigilant eyes, not see us safe.
There's another affirmative grunt, and he goes back to sharpening.
And eventually, Julius returned to his boys, and that's enough for me.
Does he mention the addict thing to fucking Allmeal and
He probably mentioned the Soma girl's kind of weird. Maybe watch your coin purse.
Yeah, never
So
really
she's not-
able to trust them addict types.
Shame when people lose themselves like that.
Knew somebody back in the day. Yeah. There was this story about this. She kind of shakes her head. There's this.
I'm waiting for something awful, Vin. I'm just letting you know that now. I'm waiting for you to do a fucking awful inside joke. I'm just mentally preparing myself.
Yeah.
Go ahead, though.
I heard about somebody back in the. Doesn't matter. Not a big deal. Never.
Ruined it for you.
You did. You did.
Yeah, terrible stuff. Truly, just awful. Terrible.
No, but
Look.
really, I had a friend back when I was. This must have been 10, 15 years. It was a couple years before White Witch and all this.
Julius waits on the edge. Listens on the edge of his seat.
Might have told you a story, but I'll tell it again for the
Just
sake of.
maybe. We've had a lot of conversations.
So she fell into, got really into.
What you fall into?
Bay dust.
Thank you, Alex.
Who said that? Is the addict back?
How'd you
Sorry.
know, weird addict girl? Are you also one?
Who's this story about you? Anyway.
And, she eventually got into magic and tried Fey Dust once. I mean, you know, shit's crazy expensive and rare. And I don't know. I eventually lost touch with her. She, last I heard, she was, she'd get her fixes once in a while, but, right after the Ascension, there was this stories about this bounty hunter going about hunting heads with this weird black magic. Buying up all the Fey Dust. It was strange. Kind of shakes her head. Don't know what ever happened with all that, but she's just telling me about that, and maybe, hopefully, it scared her straight. Who knows? Like I said, lose track of a lot of people, especially once the congregation got put in charge and all that. Kind of shrugs and shakes her head.
Happens, doesn't it?
I just don't understand why people can't just do things that you don't get so addicted to. No.
Yeah, like smoking and drinking.
I was gonna say, and then she starts to pull out a pipe. Oh. So,
Yeah.
over the course of the rest of the day, you guys just kind of get to know the people who are going on this journey with you, the strange connections that have brought everyone here, who seems to be trusted. You find out how obvious it is with, you know, some inside perspective that pretty much the entire inn has now been bought out by Valerie.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Does anyone else come in over the course of the night?
At one point, someone else starts to come in, and the barkeep heads out. Sorry, we're filled up, and kind of like turns them away, and then puts a sign saying no occupancy, and a lock on the door, and locks the door.
When they come, do they come in the door?
I mean, yes, not the window.
So I assume like when they come in, you know, there's not that many of us, right? So
God,
there
this
are
is
like
the seediest bar on the planet, by the way.
But there are like
Continue.
open chairs, right?
Yeah.
Open spaces.
Yeah.
So like when they come in, like, and the bartender moves to like, you know, tell him that he's full up. Gores will like grunt and like put his feet on like an empty chair or something, you know.
With to take up space.
Yeah.
What a guy.
This is the scary bar that, like, the Road Trip movie, when they run out of gas or need directions, gets broken down in front of.
And then he'll do the finger knife thing.
Oh.
At that point.
Oh, nice.
God, horrifying. And for the rest of the evening, you guys are quietly tasked with essentially preparing, making sure you're ready to leave at first light tomorrow. And if there's nothing else, I would request humbly that Nick, you and William get the fuck out.
Oh,
Okay.
Alex, Soma.
Okay.
Shortly after, it's late at night. Not the middle of the night, but it is after everyone has been asleep. That you, Oh, hey man, wait a minute. Wait a second. Hey Nick, you said something about Gores keeping watch?
Yeah.
All night?
I'm about to finish typing it out. So he implied, he didn't so much ask Julius, but he implied to have the goons help him keep watch so that we can both keep watch and sleep.
Okay.
yeah, Julius totally took that as have them look at the door until we go to bed.
God damn it.
Ha! There you go then. Alright. So, I assume
See,
for a couple of hours or so, Gores stays up and keeps watch until heading to bed himself?
You know that statistic where it's just like most crime occurs during such and such hours? He'll be up for like until the wee hours of the morning, and then he'll go to bed.
Okay.
So, you know, giving himself the maximum amount of time of awareness.
At some point during the night, you would hear, like, you hear a couple people, like, you know, doors opening. Just once in a while, somebody presumably getting up to go pee or something. At one point, you hear someone get up, head to another door, moment later, leave. And that's it.
Upstairs though,
Yes,
yeah?
this is all
Or-
upstairs.
That's fine.
All All right, with that then, let's try this again.
But I'm
Right.
okay.
Let's try this again. Pretty late at night, midnight-ish. You have already presumably been asleep, correct?
Yeah.
I don't know if you
as I'm
were sleeping
aware,
like
I
normal.
have to sleep regularly.
Like real human.
Something like that.
You hear a very soft knock at the door, just barely enough to rouse you from your sleep.
Oh no. Okay. I will get up and ask who is it without opening the door first, I guess.
Valerie.
Maybe open it a crack.
It's Valerie.
By all means, come in. She'll open the door.
She quickly comes in and shuts it.
Is she gonna ask me if I'm on drugs?
She's gonna be like, oh, come with me, and there's an intervention outside?
Oh,
Oh, God, that fucking got me. Fuck. So, there's a quiet moment as she sits down at the small table near the bed. She considers for a moment how to phrase it. Referred to me by... Can you confirm
Lady
to me
Navarre?
who referred you here?
Lady Navarre.
Lady Navarre. And how did you come into contact with her?
I helped her cousin Alice. Or probably the French-y way to say it is Alice. I helped Alice leave the city many years ago. She introduced me to her.
And you're back at her request to help me. Is that accurate?
I was already here,
Good.
but otherwise, yes.
Very good. She gives a warm smile at that. And I am to believe that you have ways of protecting yourself.
Yes.
Ways of avoiding prying eyes.
In what sense?
If there comes a time when things get bad, and she produces a small, what seems to be wooden crate, maybe very thin, but maybe a total of 6 inches by 10 inches by 3 inches. This is what needs to make it back to Cray Fleury. Do you understand?
So what? Not?
More than anything else, this is what needs to be there.
Is there someone that I should take it to in particular if the worst should happen?
If we are
Not that I
separated,
hope for such, of course, but
if we are separated, or there is any sort of chaos, then you need to take this to someone. She pauses. My nephew, Henry Betancourt. He is a And she pauses for a moment as I double check. He has a petal knight. Henry Betancourt Renault. He's stationed in Lycia. That is who we're going to meet. He's the one that put me in contact
give me
with
that
so
spelling,
much.
please?
Yes.
Thank you.
He will be the one you get this to, and then at that point, I cannot promise that there will be coin involved, but given you've been so very open about not needing it, I think it would be safest in your hands if you do so.
Very well. I will do this for you.
You can trust the man, Julius, as well. He has his own... She pauses for a moment. He comes very known. He has a web that is far knowing and wide-reaching within Brightfall. And I doubt he would risk that, even for a cartload of coin. The influence he has from that is quite impressive. But you must be careful. I would not wish that you travel alone if you can avoid it. As I said, if in doubt, Julius can help. And she pauses for another moment. This will be with the rest of the Chesham's things. I don't want to keep it with my own, because it is more likely to get pilfered if we are accosted at any point. You understand?
Someone nods and peers closely at the chest so that she can hopefully, like, memorize what in particular this one looks like.
It is, as if by design, very mundane. It is a simple, as I said, less of a chest and more of like a makeshift small crate that is built, like, it does not have, like, hinges at any point. It seems like it is built to be able to be stacked with others.
Are there others that look exactly like it?
She pauses for a moment and shakes her head. Similar, yes, but not the same size.
So presumably I'll be able to tell which one this one is?
She thinks for a second and then...
That was an Alex question.
Yeah, no, but, like, she does still, like, when you ask that, she says similarly. She then kind of thinks for a second. Takes a fingernail and kind of gets it under the edge of the what you would imagine based on the way she's holding it is the top, under the edge of one of the little bits of wood, and breaks a chip off of the corner. Oh, there you go.
Perfect.
You're my insurance policy. But if things go south, they go real bad. She shakes her head.
I will do my best to live up to your expectations.
Gives a nod and heads out.
Radar.
Yeah.
And we come back.
Hello?
Welcome, welcome. So, as you all head to bed, the night
Am I read in my sleep?
I'm sorry?
Nothing, go ahead.
The night is quiet, especially for here in Brightfall. And it is not... There's a sense of, like, everyone is a little, like, not excited, but they are... There's a lot of coin at stake, especially for some of these people. There's a lot of... It's just, people are amped up to do this job and to get going. So come morning, everyone is packed and ready to go, and you are split in halves. Half of you will be going...
At the waist?
No, vertically.
Oh!
And then you
smushed
each
against other people's
so you
halves
each
to
get
make
you each get
hybrids.
sewed with another half. So there's Julius, Soma,
hybrids.
there's Soma, fucking Gores, and then there's
Wait.
Gores Julius.
Wait, but my
Oh.
halves are so massive they
So
won't
large.
fit anyone else.
Yeah, they kind of add some extra skin. It's fine. Like extra tissue.
Ugh.
They get rid of my boys just for some extra parts.
So yes, at this point, the groups are split in half. The mercantile half is this being the Cheshams, Betancourt, Maurice, the two guards with him, Osmond and Bertram, and they are all his daughter, Maurice's daughter, are all going to get the wagons, which leaves Lorenzo, the three of you, and the man who didn't introduce himself but does so in the morning. He introduced himself as his name. He says, and I quote, "Call me Berenger."
Julius heard of this guy?
I'm sorry?
Has Julius heard of the guy?
No, he's he definitely
seem
does
hot?
not have a reputation based on his name. He's kind of big, kind of wide guy, mostly bald. Like, you can tell he's the kind of guy who's bald but doesn't shave his head a lot, so it's like starting to grow in, and it's kind of, just
Icky.
messy. Yeah, it looks very
Yeah.
uncomfortable. A bit scarred up. Looks like he probably does, fist fighting a lot, based on the multiple broken nose, his couple of
what
missing
is-
teeth, that sort of thing.
What's our half of the group? assigned
You
to?
guys are to go to the West Gate, and Valerie implores this to you. Meet with Winston Hodge. He will get you past. No questions asked.
What's the significance of the West Gate?
I'm sorry?
What is the significance of the West Gate?
The West Gate is the main entrance and exit of Brightfall. There is the North Gate and the West Gate. The West Gate is the massive one that connects Brightfall to the rest of the country.
Are people normally not able to get out the gate?
Normally there are extensive amounts of search being done.
But I mean, based on what Julius has, would a search be an issue besides the time it takes? We're not transporting goods right now, are we? That's like the other half has that, right?
Yes, but they're also gonna be hanging out the gate. They're sending you guys ahead to deal with this guy.
So
while
we're
they
gonna
go
go
and
meet
get
with
the
them
wagons.
to prepare for the other one.
Yes.
Okay, I thought we were just going to the other side of the gate and waiting.
Nope.
Checks it.
So, and obviously, for you, Julius, your two boys that I can never remember the fucking names of, Almiel and Peppas. They,
then you not remember? Do you really not remember the?
I keep
Ugh,
forgetting.
can't believe it.
That's the other two, Almiel and Peppas. That they can go wherever you want them to. If you want them with
Yeah,
you,
they'll
that's
come.
fine.
They'll come with.
And you guys are make your way to the West Gate. You have what amount to a single, like you are, they have you set up with a single mule, a pack mule with enough supplies to get to Two Rivers, just to make, the story make sense for the amount of you.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. I do have a mule and a cart in my inventory.
Even
Is
better
that-
then. Soma already has one
Using
for
your cart mule.
it. So, there you go. They don't even need to set you up with one. So, you are given your mule and cart to load your things with enough of travel rations and logical things to make your way to Two Rivers. and you make your way to the west gate.
I think we can chat and walk
Yeah.
right within a group.
Yeah.
So everyone, first day on the job together, huh? Might be a good idea for us to fully exchange names all around and make sure we all know what we are here for. Might notice I'm not much of a guardsman myself, but I think I can handle a conversation too if the man we're meeting is a little unpleasant. And I think you all know my name already. He fucking smile.
Gore snorts.
We'll leave you to it then, Mr. Julie.
And your name and specialty is... He kind of like rolls his hand, waiting for someone to pick up.
Anyone in particular, or?
He just wants everyone to fucking talk.
At this point, it is, who the fuck will be the first one to respond here? I guess Lorenzo, who just, Lorenzo Ibarra. I am a master swordsman.
Master? Impressive. Impressive.
Gore
claim.
snorts again. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Nah, that was just...
Yeah, he kind of rolls his eyes. Not him. I was a bodyguard for various Asturian diplomats during their time staying in Brightfall before the White Witch.
Hey, that's honest work.
I'm very good with a blade.
Someone
I'm very good
said
at
master.
defending things and people.
Glad to have you.
At this point, it is your two travel companions who step up.
Boys.
The gentleman, Sol Olmil. I am a man who does whatever is needed for my. He kind of pats you on the shoulder. My good friend, Jules, has never steered myself or Peppa's wrong, and I'm sure he has already well and truly introduced our capabilities. Is that not right, Miss Stefana Peppas? And she just, yeah, that's us. Doing whatever needs to be done. Whenever it's needed. I'm more of the, or the soft hand, I guess, compared to you. And, she kind of like gives him a fake punch to the jaw. And she then looks curiously at Soma. What about you? What is it you do, Miss Miss?
My name is Soma. This is my mule and cart. I suppose I can defend us if need be, little though I look it. I can scout ahead. And I can do a few other things that I would rather not go into within the city walls. She smiles thinly.
Gore snorts again.
I'm sorry, and she kind of turns towards Gores. Do you need something? We got some herbs if you're sick. I don't want to be getting sick on this journey.
He just now outside with his hood back up, he just stares at her.
She proceeds to stare for a second and then turn to Julius.
He'll be fine, probably.
That's
Been so far.
well, he's gonna keep staring daggers through me. I'm gonna have to defend myself. And at this point, she just kind of walks directly behind Saul.
And You are. Right. Mr. Gores here is a pretty handy fellow to have, as far as I'm aware. Anything you want to add to that? Handy in a fight, that is.
There's that characteristic moment of silence before Gores responds to anything. And then he just says, shortly, "Name's Gores. Violence is what I do."
Fantastic. Great.
Don't tell me you're already getting sick there, Jules.
What's that? No, I'm all right. Yeah, just fine. Just dandy. Just, no. Right, is that everyone? Is that everyone?
Except for Behringer in the back, who seemed less than interested in the conversation.
Mr. Behringer, are you also a fan of that violence?
No.
Anything you are a fan of?
No.
Seems that fan doesn't have a favorite. Anyway, suppose we gotta get move on.
I will be there if defenses are required. I have trained in many arts of hand-to-hand combat for many years.
Julius gives him a thumbs up. And I guess that's the end of the conversation.
And you guys make your way to the west gate of Brightfall. It is, while not overwhelming, there is definitely a sense of, like, the congregation runs things, but beyond that, you see there are maybe half a dozen white oracles here as well.
Ooh, love to see that.
With the they're mostly identified by a large mixture of a scarf and cape that they wear around their neck and back that is a bright silvery white. Though it is not uncommon for them to also wear very nice, well-kept silver armor with a white tabard as well.
Julius would extend a greeting to anyone who looks his way that seems like they want to, like they might want something or whatever. Like if someone's like, if one of the oracles eyes them up, he'll like, you know, give him a wave. You know,
the oracles are currently, they're essentially overseeing what the congregation is doing here.
Right.
Not like they're not directly making eye contact with any of you, but you can feel the eyes of the White Witch upon you at this point.
Oh my.
Cool. Very cool.
Do we look up and see them? Quickly, someone casts the invisibility.
So, you guys have your job. Meet with Winston Hodge, who will be able to get you through.
Do we see anyone who might be of assistance in finding him?
Looking around after a moment, you see someone working the gates who is a member of the congregation who comes over and just kind of gives you a look, and then he just kind of morning, very early today. What you doing? You look a little lost.
Bright and early, you know. Always best time to start the day. We're actually here for an appointment with Mr. Winston Hodge.
Oh, Mr. Hodge. I didn't know he was expecting any... He looks a little curious.
Julius almost looks like not like oh my god, our cover's more like a really, is that so, like type of like like that type of concern. That is a bit disheartening to hear. What's should we be concerned? What's...
No, he's just... I mean, he's not the most likable sort, especially for, you know... He kind of rolls his eyes.
Julius does like the, oh my, like the, what am I get myself into? like
a good game for you. And heads off, and a moment later, you see him speaking with a member of one of the White Oracles that is here.
Oh, good.
Pointing at you. And then the man heads over. He is on the taller side, maybe 6'2", 6'3", not incredibly wide-shouldered or anything, carrying a what seems to be a long pike that he is walking with, and he just comes over and... What is it I can do for you? I was...
Mr. Hodge?
A meeting. You're the ones I was to meet?
Yes. Half of us, anyway. But everything else is getting handled.
He glances at everyone else as you say this. Half of you. I was told to expect no more than 6 for this meeting.
Then am I missing something here?
No?
Must have been miscommunication. Sorry about that. You know how numbers get muddled these days.
They do, in fact. We will speak. We will speak within the guardhouse, please.
Walk.
He motions you in, and immediately heading in, as with every building of the congregation, there is a small, almost...
Who all comes in? Like everyone? Should you gesture for like everyone to follow?
If you want.
You would probably... Julius probably would have had the boys stick with the cart.
Cors is accompanying Julius.
Sure. I'll go.
Lorenzo is interested. Berenger will wait with the cart.
He's probably, in an effort to be less, like, weird, he'll have his hood down around the oracles. Like, as soon as he sees him, he'll take it down. So he's not that shady.
Yeah. So, you guys head in, and he, as with every building of the congregation, there is a white pearl statue of a woman with wings overlooking the doorway. A reminder that the White Witch is ever present and always there. Always overlooking every bit of the city. Whether true or not. You head in, and he turns, and I was expecting half a dozen, no more. Maybe 8, at most.
Apologies, I can't say, really can't justify that. I wasn't really the one who made the promise, and I wasn't told about it either.
Well, you have the goods, I hope.
I believe that, those might be in the hands of other...
He just kind of stares a dagger at you as you say that.
Julius kind of puts his hands up.
There's not going to be another meeting.
We were asked to meet with you before the rest arrived. I didn't realize this was the nature of it. Can't apologize enough.
He, at this point, turns almost... Like, he starts to walk behind a table, and as he gets to the other side of the desk, he turns very quickly on a dime, and he doesn't slam his hands on the table, but he does lean on it with one of them, and he... How much you say? How much coin are you all saving? Avoiding taxes, whatever it may be.
I believe that would be.
There's not going to be a second meeting. If you say that again, I'll have you all thrown in shackles.
Well, I'd imagine it's a considerable.
He holds a hand out. So my share, then?
Then does Julius have any idea what would be a valid amount to give him?
As a general rule of thumb, the white oracles are uncorruptible, and this is kind of already fucking insane.
Oh,
So-
no, that's terrible.
Like, that there is one talking to you about this is already far beyond anything you have ever heard of.
Man, that bitch really fucked us, didn't she? Ugh, can't believe it. Listen, I understand that this is a frustrating situation, and I understand that you were promised compensation. That is above our heads. I promise that you will receive it in not long. They are on their way as we speak. I once again assure you that you will be paid for this inconvenience.
Convince.
I will use my specialty for advantage. My masterful expertise. Wait, that's for rerolling. Never mind. I'll see if I need it, I guess. I thought it was like human termination. Anyway, I'll keep that, I think. It's pretty good.
That's pretty good, dude.
Jesus!
Yeah,
Pretty
that's. I mean, if
Julius the boy.
12 is our nat 20,
Dirty 20. Dirty 12.
What is your name?
That's Julius, my friend.
Julius. And your surname?
Hang on. I wasn't ready for that, Robert. Fuck is Julius's last name?
Do you really not have it written down?
I do. I just don't know where it is on this fucking paper.
It's really funny because it's on the recording. So, like, on the recording, your last name is written out, but you don't see it anywhere.
Is it actually?
It's
Is it
Atherton.
Atherton?
Yeah,
What was that?
Atherton.
Ah, fuck. Okay, I was totally looking in the wrong space.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Julius Kaplan.
Well, Mr. Julius. One more time.
He's asking for a second time. Kaplan.
Kaplan?
Yes, sir.
Well, mister. If I do not see quadruple of the payout that was expected, you will be hunted down. And there is a second caravan coming. A second half to this.
That's right, sir.
On the Lady of Silence's orders, you are to go to Two Rivers post-haste. No questions, time is of the essence.
Julius
He
nodded.
motions you out.
Julius kind of keeps like the same like. No, didn't have this like weird smirk thing going on while during the conversation, but he had like a serious like I'm talking to someone who can throw me in chains, expression. It keeps that for like the foreseeable future as the group leaves.
Oh, he could have killed you right there and been well with answer.
Yeah, he keeps his serious expression for yeah, he's good. Does the gates open? Like we just
they're open. It's just essentially set up as a checkpoint right now. So, he after you're all out, he motions. On behalf of the Lady of Silence, they need to go. They have jobs in Two Rivers post haste. Allow them through. And you can hear this collective groan from the line of people trying to go through customs to get out, as you essentially get fast passed to the front of the line.
If no one else adds anything, Julius will walk with the stuff through, walk along the caravan, cart and donkey, Does anyone add anything, or?
Sure.
Weren't we supposed to I mean, not that we can really do anything about it, but weren't we supposed to wait
yes.
for them?
Once you're beyond at this point,
Yeah,
you've been told to go through.
But I think we're probably gonna wait, out of eyesight from the, gates would probably be a good idea.
All right. So you make your way a little bit out of Brightfall.
Once we're outside of earshot, Julius would go, "Fuck, that was scary."
From the back, you hear Saul. What exactly happened?
Well, I may have been threatened by one of the oracles, but I think all's well. For now. Should remain that way.
Are you confident?
Feeling a solid 75-80% on that one. It all depends on just how much our benefactor dislikes us, I guess.
About another half hour or so goes by.
Of us waiting there?
I had something to add to that.
Okay.
Or were we, hang on, was the conversation just out of earshot?
I assumed, yeah.
Yeah, beyond the gate.
Okay.
Gorz would wait until everybody finishes, and then he'll say, he asked for quadruple. He wouldn't say quadruple. He would say 4 times as much.
That he did. Though we're not paying. Not yet, anyway.
You still got that good feeling, Julius?
It may have been lessened slightly, but it's still there. Still present.
And Gorz makes a non-committal grunt, lapsing back into silence. That's all.
About another half hour goes by.
Where are we waiting?
I assumed on the side of the road a little ways up.
Out of eyesight, preferably, if that's feasible.
Very feasible, yeah.
Okay.
And after you make your way there, about half hour of waiting before you watch 2 other wagons, caravans, groups of people go by, and finally the third one you see is... You recognize at the head of it a couple of the people that you met with previously, and then the rest of them within or around it. They slow down and make their way to you over on the side and just kind of give you a look.
Fucking Julius returns that look. And Julius is one indignant motherfucker right now, I'll tell you what.
That went... Oh, this is Valerie walking up. About as well as could be expected.
Well, I wasn't personally expecting to be threatened personally by one of the oracles.
You didn't say your contact was an oracle.
I was not sure that they were. I had not spoken to them directly.
Why exactly did you have us meet with him first?
Well, in an ideal world, they would have said, okay, to the payment coming shortly after, and we would be able to get pushed right through rather than be waiting there under their prying eyes of the congregation. I do not want anyone looking upon the things that we are transporting.
George kind of throws his hands up. No, doesn't really have anything else to add to that.
If I may, I would apologize. She thinks for a moment, and the concept of a hazard pay, are you familiar with it?
Gores
familiar.
makes an affirmative grunt.
I know of the concept.
And she heads back to one of the two wagons being pulled by horses. The one that is seemingly hers at the back. Hunts through it for a moment and finds a small lockbox. Maybe a foot and a half long. Unlatches it and produces some very nice fine silks. For your troubles, I assure you these would fetch a beautiful sum of coin any place where that coin can be found. These are known as Samsa silks from Lenore, the finest in the world.
She holding them out. Like,
She-
what is it exactly? Is it just like a
These
bolt
are
of silk?
just, yes, this is just long bolts of silk.
Is that even feasible for Fucko to carry?
I mean, yeah, like, it's not a lot of silk. It's feasible for you to carry it.
All right.
Like,
I
it's
guess he'll
perfectly
take it and
woven.
put it on his
It's-
bag.
It might take a hot minute to find a buyer for it, but there is value here.
Julius takes it, but doesn't like thank her or anything.
She just gives a slight smile and a nod. Thank you again for dealing with that strange situation.
What I'm here for.
That is the second time things have not gone according to plan.
Do things often go exactly according to plan, Mr. Gores, was it?
Only when I work alone. And he, like, scowls at the very many people around him.
As well. I'm sure everything went swimmingly according to plan when you invaded the city and brought the White Witch here. I'm sure you weren't working alone for that, now were you?
He, his mask cracks, when she says that to him. He looks ashamed. And he kind of puts his hood back up and turns away.
Julius was worried that he'd have to do some damage control, but since the competition just ended, he is no longer worried.
So, if there is nothing else, then I think we are all good to begin our journey. Two Rivers is
let's-
but a few days' jaunt away.
Let's be on our merry way.
She turns, making sure everyone else is approving, and gets back up on the front of her wagon and yaws the horses forward.
Are most of us walking?
Yes. The only people not walking would be the Cheshams, Valerie, and Maurice's daughter, who is sitting next to Valerie on her wagon. And Maurice is walking next to it. Also, fuck, can you guys roll a bad roll, please?
No, thank you.
This is getting
I
ridiculous.
was already
that's
threatened
gonna be a
on
no
a
for me,
fucking
no.
12. I already have my life threatened, that's all I'm saying.
So, you guys continue from here. It is... The rest of the day's travels are quiet, if a bit tense, though your caravan master, Betancourt, is unshaken by the complications that have occurred. You guys, if there's anything else, please stop me, but you set up camp for the first night, using the wagons, of course, around the side up against the wilderness so that you could face towards the road. A fire is set up. Your things are hunkered down, and you guys rest for the night. Watches, 1, 2, or even 3 people in whichever groups you wish are of no issue and no problem. Everyone is, again, not excited, but certainly ready to do this and show that they are good for it. The phrase I want to use is the more insightful amongst you, but I suppose it would be the more leadership amongst you.
Is that what that is? You told me
In
that
this scenario.
Oh, okay.
In this scenario. I get to be a little more specific.
Julius is a leader.
Would be able to note that her giving Julius that silk was definitely not just out of the goodness of her heart, but to show that essentially putting her money where her mouth is and proving to everyone that the coin is there and compensation will be fair.
What kind of like, so I would like Gores to set up some, like, not so much traps, but like, you know, tripwires with little bells on them or something.
He cast alarm.
Like, no, like, it's not magic. It's definitely not magic, and I don't, like, if it's a survival check, I don't even have proficiency in that. But like, is that something that I can just do?
Can I just do it?
Like, they're not traps per se. They're just, you know, precautions.
I'm looking here. There is certainly a set of rules. There's a entire Faki dedicated to it.
Faki.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
have
pretty
that.
fucky.
I'm seeing if there's anything else for it. Oh boy, reading rules. This is a first.
Reading is cool. It's been easier to establish who am I playing? Julius and his boys each take a separate watch, just to spread out what they see.
Yeah, I would say if that's the sort of thing you would bring with you, then small bells or other clanging instruments, you could set those up, no problem.
No
Yeah,
problem.
I mean, it's not like, you know, I don't have the place locked down, but throughout the surrounding woods, if there are woods, in a couple of places, there's just, you know, in likely paths, like, and to be clear, Gores doesn't tell anybody he's doing this. He
just
goes
goes
into the
off.
woods and he thinks to himself, if I was sneaking up on this camp, which way would I go through?
Okay.
And that's where he puts
Okay.
a couple of little bits.
All right, in that case, give me a... Oh my god, we get to get crazy with this. Give me a wisdom sneak.
Does
Wisdom
my
sneak.
does my bit work for this?
Your bit?
My my Faki.
Oh, I'm not looking at fuck.
It's getting a little fucky.
Yeah, it works for all Snook.
Oh, sweet.
So yeah, give me
Is
a
it-
wisdom sneak.
Does it automatically apply that?
Yes. My god.
Damn. Okay.
Ah. All right. So yeah, God, there really is a skill check for everything in this system. I love it. Oh. All right. You guys are too competent for 3 people at level 3. This is bullshit.
I do one thing, Robert.
To address me.
I also do one thing.
Yeah, but Alex does everything else, so like
We don't know that.
I don't know about Soma, but Alex
Listen,
does
we're
everything
gonna
else.
throw that crackhead off
Okay.
off a cliff.
So, you guys make your way.
You're gonna throw her off a cliff?
Yeah, throw that
That'll be
crackhead off a
interesting.
cliff.
You are quietly, Gors goes and prepares traps as best he can for where he thinks they would be. And then heads back. I assume Gors is going to be doing this every night.
Yes.
Oh.
Not like if we make it to like.
He's gonna put him in his room.
No, if we make it to Everin, like he's not gonna be doing it there.
Yeah,
right?
no,
like,
but
while
while
we're
you're on the road.
Yeah.
Alright. So other than that, again, stop me if you guys need anything, but the rest of the night's travels go by simply. You set up, your protections are ready, you have rudimentary warnings, you rest, you have rations for the trails, dried fish for the first night, very much, some nice smoked salmon, other various fish, things that are good for at least a few days. It is, well, not exactly triumphant, you guys. Morale's pretty fucking good at the camp. And you continue your travels. The second day is much
I've
like
seen the crackhead doesn't make a move.
Alex, does the crackhead make a move?
I mean, does she like take a
Do you want
watch?
to steal anything?
I mean,
No?
is she,
She's not doing any crackhead activities, if that's what you're asking.
That's what I'm asking.
No,
just generally acting like one.
no, she's just hanging out. She'll take watches if,
Yeah, if she wants to. There are plenty of people to take watches, so...
So she's not been seen shooting it up or smoking or anything.
nah.
So, the second day goes much the same as the first. The travels are simple and quiet. The road ebbing and flowing near and far from the Golden River. You would note that it seems Maurice's daughter Tekka, she's like, she doesn't talk a lot. She's not very active, but once in a while, she does seem to ask about fishing.
Alright.
Again, you'd only pick up on it if you were nearby, but if you were, she definitely seems not nearly as active as you would expect a young girl to be. You would also have noted during the night that Maurice prepared what seemed to be a strange tea at the campfire. for his daughter.
What does it
Mm.
smell like?
Poison?
He just poisons his daughter every night and she won't fucking die. Ugh.
He's got to poison her to keep her weak, or else she'll overpower us all.
It's for our own good.
It doesn't have like a strong smell to it. It mostly seems like it's a mixture of like this very this like almost like pinkish maroon herb and some other small herbs that give off this this almost like musky, like when you smell it, it almost gives like a vanilla aftertaste if you get a big whiff in your nose, where it's just like it's like really bitter.
Medicine.
Medicine. Nick asked me to describe medicine, so
Well, to be fair, Gorz doesn't know shit about tea, so he probably just thinks it's some weird fucking leaf water and doesn't say anything like he usually does.
Nice. I would establish that every single night around the campfire, Julius would be trying to set up a fucking dice game.
Unfortunately, Lorenzo learned his lesson and also did not bring coin with him for this journey. So
Well,
he'll play
he
for
did.
fun.
He did. He just got. He
I
just got
mean-
fleeced out of it.
He
If-
wasn't
if-
planning on bringing more with him beyond that.
If
Like,
you think Soma has money, you're wrong.
If it turns out that fucking no one else is down for gambling, Julius would give Lorenzo back the 12 coppers, and then
No,
give them
no,
all
I have
back.
6.
No, he'd give him back 12 coppers. Doesn't matter what happened to the original coppers.
No,
Julius
I-
would give him 12 coppers and then win them all back if Lorenzo would let
Alright.
him.
okay. We'll see how that goes. Whew. So, on the second night, things are much as they were on the first. Double check. After maybe 15 minutes of gambling, Lorenzo just, all right, look. I'm not going to be winning any coin off of you. Ever. Even with your charity. How about leans down, grabs off of the ground, off of the dirty, icky, dirty ground, small pebble. The
The
champion's
dirty, icky,
pebble.
dirty ground.
The champion's pebble. And at this point, he looks almost excited. And whoever holds the champion's pebble at the end of the night, the beginning of the night, when we go to bed,
Gets
does
a
not
big
need to
gift.
keep watch. We play for something of value that I do not mind losing, but would like to.
All right, if you like losing something other than a coin, I'm fine with that.
Second rule,
Hmm.
you're not allowed to play.
What? What do you mean I'm not allowed to play? I started this. He
You
gestures
are
to
taking if I had more coin, you would have taken me for house and home.
and I would have loved doing it. That's neither here nor there.
I want to beat someone, and every night it's going to be me getting my ass kicked at damned dice by you. So, and he turns, someone else here must want the pebble of sleep.
I don't mind taking watch, so she shakes her head.
Well,
Gorz is off in the woods, fucking setting up tripwires.
well, Mr. Lanzo, you certainly tried.
He takes the pebble and just like launches it onto the road.
Well, looks like the road's gonna get to sleep tonight.
And he just like frustratedly like crosses his arms.
Maybe
Certainly a
we'll
group here.
be more interested in our little game some other, hopefully.
And he frustratedly accepts your... it gets to the point where, like, he starts, like, as you're doing it, he's like, all right, well, tomorrow night, how about we just flip coins? The night after that, let's do something else.
And Julius would be cool with doing any of them. And I imagine, given enough time, he'd win every single one of them off of this guy.
Well, we'll see what happens.
And he'll relish how perplexed the guy is getting about his continuous loss
We'll
streak.
see.
Can you statistically win every time at coin flipping?
Not every time, but a majority is what I'm getting.
Oh, so as the night comes to a close, you guys start to head to bed. What has been the general, like, who's stay? I imagine Gore's staying up first, or
I imagine a few people per shift. We have a lot of dudes.
Yeah,
how many?
Kind of torn.
Let's make it different from D&D. We got 3 shifts here. How's that sound?
Gorz doesn't care which shift he's on, but he does sort of purposefully volunteer for whatever shift Soma is on.
I see how it is.
3 shifts sound good to you? For the sake of being different.
6?
I said 3.
12?
Okay, whatever. Are you having fun?
I'm just saying there's no like finite amount.
Sure, but I still feel like we should have more than as like a company. We should have more than one person per.
Yeah.
And even if we do 4 shifts, then it still works that way.
First shift is gonna be what? Soma, fucking Gorz,
Sure.
Peppas,
and Peppas.
There you go. Ugh.
What a merry band.
And then Saul will be on number 2 with I don't know whoever, some of the NPCs, and then Jules will be on the last one with whoever.
And it is during the second watch.
God, it's never the first watch.
It's never the first.
With my boy Saul.
That
Saul Goodman.
Yeah.
No, Saul Alm.
Is that his name?
Saul Badman.
Be an
No,
asshole.
Saul's a good man. He's just not Saul Good.
Yeah.
Saul Alm.
Saul Averageman.
Stop it. Let's play the game.
That you have this quiet moment, and Saul, well, I guess I don't need to describe it because it's
He's
just
not my
NPCs.
familiar.
That's,
God, that's
pretty
funny.
fucking funny.
Don't play 3 characters then.
After a moment, I guess I don't need to describe how long either. Fucking Julius, you're shaking awake.
Some indeterminate time later.
What? Huh?
Those, I hear bells out in the...
Fucking bells? It fucking... Wait,
At this point, there's a scream. Lay down your arms, or have you surrounded?
God damn it.
Don't want to hurt any of you.
Imagine people are waking up now?
Yes. I thought I was hearing them at first. What the fuck?
Fuck with their bell.
Well, I don't know who wears bells if they're trying to sneak up on some.
Well, let's see how this plays out.
Don't worry, I got you, boss. You're not going. And you see this this gentleman walking in front of the camp by the mostly dead fire that's just kind of being casually stoked once in a while. Gentleman kind of ratty, maybe like kind of a beard, messy hair that's vaguely tied back by what looks like a shitty leather strip.
Can I do something when I wake up, Ben?
Okay. Yeah, what are you doing?
So Gores is he is a man of violence. He is accustomed to violence. And I feel like somebody like him who is sort of suddenly awoken would have, like, he would have made a plan for this. He would have had a place that he, you know, a crate or a wagon wheel or something close by, some kind of cover that he could take and potentially hide from, you know, whoever is here, or if somebody was to approach, right? It's not going to be perfect because they could have come from anywhere, but he would have had a spot.
Yeah.
As soon as he wakes up, could he sort of roll into that position and try and remain unseen?
Stealth Dex. He rolls under a wagon wheel where the shadows are cast deeper, hopefully disappearing into the night, at least unnoticed by prying eyes. You then hear more bells, and then this, like, what if? And you can also hear the bickering from Saul and Julius about asking why people wear bells on their clothes. Right. So, don't want to be hurting any of you. Got you surrounded. Just want your things. Gonna look through them. Don't try and fight. We're not gonna kill you.
Can we tell how many people there are?
You see one that has walked up to the fire. You have heard at least a couple hitting bells. Give me a intelligence notice.
Intelligence notice?
Yep.
So I sent you a PM, Ben.
I think Jules is also going to act.
Okay. Jules, what are you doing?
I think Jules will slowly get to his feet, hands raised. He probably doesn't wear his weapon to bed, so no concern there. No buff coat either, sadly. It's just
No!
Just Jules. Well. Let's slow down. You got us surrounded. That's you sure got one up on us. That's wow. But you got to take everything. It's not really necessary. Don't you think?
Not interested in
Does
taking
Julius
everything.
get a good look at this guy?
Yeah. I mean, you can see him by the fire, like, as best you can on the long shadows of the firelight casting across his face.
How old does he look?
Maybe 30s, maybe 40.
So like basically as Jules is like going into a bit of like, like, hey, don't do this, like he was like some go pointing at him, hey, don't I know you? Didn't you? Aren't you from and you grew up in Two Rivers? I swear you look like someone I knew.
Give me a bit.
Okay, charisma convince,
Yeah.
I'm assuming. Let's go and re-roll that if you don't know.
Oh,
Every scene, motherfucker.
oh my
That's
god.
decent.
There you go. That 4 is far and away the worst roll of this goddamn game. This is
It
ridiculous.
didn't happen. It's fine.
It didn't happen.
So just to mention then, Julius's ultimate goal: de-escalation.
Yeah.
Probably not possible. So basically giving the others time to do
Okay.
whatever the fuck they're gonna do.
I don't know who you are exactly, but
Come on, you remember me? Julius? Come on. I was all over the place, over Two River back then. What was your name? We used to get drinks every on occasion, right?
Evan.
Yeah, Evan. Yeah, we
Evan
would
Bolt-
go down to the meet at the pub every so often. You
I
know,
don't think that's
watch the drunks. Come on, yeah,
Look,
let's
I've
go
been
for
to Two Rivers before, not been there, certainly not been watching drunks.
Who
Anyway,
doesn't watch? It's that
got you
hilarious
surrounded.
lot.
If you would be so kind as to throw your arms to towards the fire. He kind of looks. Hey, bedroll's empty. Who's there? We got one missing.
Hey, lots of us on watch, not always in the bedroll.
Well, we got one missing, boys.
Are any of our party looking like they're about to spring into action?
What's everyone doing? It's letting fucking
Yeah.
put Julius handle this. Julius got this, guys.
Gores is not there.
Oh man.
What was I muted or did you hear me?
No, we heard you.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
As this is going on, you see, you hear. It would be Maurice. Oh, big orc. He was a big scary one. You need to watch out for him. He's
Son of a bitch.
big fighter. Oh, he's like clutching his daughter close, and he like tosses a dagger towards the fire. He's a big scare. Yeah,
How the fuck would a big fighter disappear? What are you talking about?
I don't know, but he was there. He was there sleeping with the rest of them. I don't know what happened.
So none of our group are being big, strong boys.
Not seemingly. Like, they're kind of like, you can see, like, everyone is kind of waiting to see, like, everyone is essentially waiting because they're trying to see what the fuck Julius is doing, like, what his end goal is here with
Oh my
talking.
god, he's distracting them!
Can I?
They think he's got a plan.
Oh my god, his plan is distracting them. Buying time is the plan.
When do I get to do my thing? Because I want to do it.
Forget
Can
bro.
Can I like try to? Am I like in plain sight or anything?
I mean, you're all relatively in plain sight in the sense that you're all seen.
Except for me.
Fuck up.
Okay. I guess I. Is there any conceivable way at all that I could like fade into the shadows?
Oh my god. Just disappear, fade out of existence.
I mean, there's one person you see and you hear movement in the, like, the one person you see is near the road and approach the camp. Everyone else that you hear is seemingly in the surrounding brush and occasional wood. So, what do you mean by fade into the darkness?
She wants her character to cease existing, I think.
Don't we all?
Definitely. In that case, distraction, sure.
What?
He's
does-
currently,
does this,
he's got most of the attention.
Main big man have like weapons?
He has a sword at his side.
All right. How far away from me is he?
Maybe 20 feet?
I do want to make it clear that no matter what Alscare's doing, Julius is going to continue trying to distract the guy.
I mean,
I do have
Julius
more to that if you
has the
want me to
majority
play
of his
that out.
attention.
Okay.
Meanwhile, while Alex tries to figure out what she's doing, let me figure out what Nick is doing.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, I think you know what I'm doing.
I am 100% certain I know what you're doing. Look up rolls again. Okay. Give me a... I'm gonna say an intelligence notice check to be able to properly figure out where people are in the pitch black of the shrubbery and growth.
Do orcs... Can orcs see in the dark here, or...
No.
Okay. So then, would there be any other kind of bonus that I would get because of my bells?
Because of the bells, if you're hunting the guys who hit the bells, I will say that's gonna be a +2.
Okay, so you said notice int?
Yeah, no, it's it.
No!
Oh my god! You're making your way towards them as best you can, but you are desperately trying not to be noticed while doing so. And that is taking priority over getting to them quickly. It's kind of a problem where they're kind of making so much noise. Like, it's almost like fucking with you to the point where you're like, wait, which direction? Like, it sounds like they're all around because there's so much of them.
Well, Gors is a patient man when it comes to this sort of thing, so he is definitely not willing to rush himself in the interest of remaining undetected.
All right. Meanwhile, Alex, you got something?
I would like to cast a spell on the big man.
Okay.
Now
I
I'll
would
remind
like
you.
to-
I'll remind you of the rules, Alex. That he will notice you're using magic. That is how magic works in this.
Yeah. Okay. And
I'm reminding you. I said my piece.
All right.
you don't know me.
All right. You...
I would like to blind him.
I do want to establish though. Julius, his next thing was talking about how how Maurice basically has pissed his pants already with fear. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And basically
as
say,
you were
Evan,
trying
you
to
trust this guy.
explain this, you begin to hear the utterances of the arcane as Soma begins moving her hands and incanting a spell, drawing all the attention of the entire camp.
This was with me presuming that a main action is like equivalent to a standard
It
action.
is, yes.
Okay,
But
so it
casting
doesn't,
spells
it doesn't
is very noticeable.
6 whole seconds.
just so that it doesn't take like a million years for me
no.
to do it, and everyone
No,
is
you're
gonna
gonna get it
jump
off,
on
but
me.
you're getting everyone's attention in doing so.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
And he's just like,
The fuck?
shit, a fucking mage! And you're gonna get your spell off, and then we're going into initiative.
No!
Alex, why?
Did I ruin it?
I mean, you ruined it
Bruh.
for Nick.
Bruh.
Sorry, Nick.
Bruh.
I was doing a distraction.
Well, nobody else was doing anything.
One of your boy was literally gone and doing
I love it
something.
because you're all so competent, but you have no communication skills. All right, so that is, what is the save for that?
Bruh.
Mental.
Bruh.
She doesn't know you. She doesn't know what you're doing.
To be fair, neither does Jules.
All
He knows something's happening.
Yeah, even though it's initiative, man, I'm still hidden, though.
You are still hit. All right, so let me see here. A creature may be left effectively. Okay. You're blinding them?
Yes.
All right. He just immediately Describe.
What magic like?
Yeah.
Soa, like, looks around and she sees that, well, one of our allies has already given up. And nobody else seems to be doing anything to...
Bitch, Julius is busy.
Listen, you didn't let me finish my sentence.
Let her fucking finish.
Defend the camp from these bandits, presumably. So she just sort of like stands up straight and I'm doing the gesture, but you can't see me. Like,
Tell me it's not a finger gun you're doing at your fucking laptop.
You're dead.
no, she does like a, I don't know, a witchy pose with like her arms outstretched and like in front of her, like you still can't see me.
I got all night, Alex.
And she hisses an arcane word, and like a blackness shoots from her fingers and strikes this man in the eyes. Can I
All
speak
right.
as well?
Yeah?
She yells, no quarter for bandits, defend the camp.
Oh my god.
No emotion. Oh, hey, there's Julius.
Listen,
He looks like he's all neck.
she's not a leader, okay?
Savage.
But she's doing her best.
Alright. Now let me see if I did this right. We got group initiative here. Let me make that red. Green,
Can I-
green.
I don't know if this is a good idea, because I still don't see the guys.
Alright. Okay, you guys want initiative.
Sick.
That plus
Fire burst?
one. That plus one literally went for you. So there
How
you
does-
go.
Ben, how does my one art work with group initiative? The second one.
The favored.
No, the third one.
Oh, art. I imagine it would mean that you would just be able to win initiative if you wanted.
But like for the whole team, or
Yeah, probably for the whole team if it's on team. Yeah.
Interesting.
So
We can just go first whenever we want things to
there's a
happen.
cost.
Oh well, if it's his if he's doing a thing first, then you mean he can't.
Okay,
he's
so
the
it is
assassin.
group initiative. So you guys won. You get to go first as he is screaming about, as the guy is screaming about mages and then, oh, she fucking blinded me! Screaming. Trying to scratch at his eyes.
Nick, I'll give the ball to you, but I have a thing I'd like to do otherwise.
Well, I still can't see the boys, right, Ben?
I mean, you can make out where they are, kind of. Like, you can charge at one and probably lose your stealth at this point.
No, I don't want to do that. So, Gore's, I don't know if ready in action's not a thing, right?
It
Yeah.
is.
Can I, fuck, I don't, where's my fucking, main actions, so like what I'd like to do is, sort of prepare an ambush. Like if one of these guys passes by me, I would like to reach out and attempt to cut his throat.
Okay.
That is what I would like to do.
Yeah, that's fine. You can hold an action to do that.
Can't he move first before doing that?
Yeah. So you want to be like in a good position so that if they so that they'll have to come at you to charge.
As long as I can maintain my stealth, then yes. If I can't maintain my stealth and move, then I'll just stay still.
If that's done, then I think Jules will attempt to spur his allies to action and demoralize the enemies. Yelling, "We have a powerful mage on our side! Grab your weapons and defend the caravan! Rout them!" I'll go on about that. Do I roll something for that?
You are
Remember I
attempting...
wasted my reroll on something that really didn't matter. I'm okay with this being my main action. I don't have much else.
All right, yeah, give me charisma leader.
Here we go. Lead, charisma, believe in the dream. That's pretty decent.
All right, with that, God, I don't have.
And I think he dive into cover somewhere.
Oh,
Nice.
God, that's funny. God, that's so funny. We got
Let's
it.
do it.
Oh. Alrighty. I thought everything from the book was already in Foundry, and it's not. So I'm gonna have to do some of this manually, it looks like.
Oh no.
That's something. Let me... Oh boy. It's a fun bit of navigation I gotta do right now. Okay, there we go. I got my reference up. That's all I need for this. Okay.
You blinded their leader.
All right, so... Lorenzo turns to... turns almost nervously to, towards, the rest of you, and then he scrambles to grab his sword, does so, and is going to move to attack the leader.
Who's blind?
Oh,
Go, Lorenzo.
I don't have the thing up, so I have to type this in manually. He has... Not bad, Lorenzo. You got +1. Not bad, Lorenzo.
Sword master.
Actually, I'm sorry. No, +2.
Master swordsman over here.
Master. Masterful.
There you go. There you go.
I forgot his d20s for those two. That's
And
weird.
he charges in and stumbles forward, and the guy just kind of stumbles backwards, drawing his blade, and just and is trying to draw his blade, but stumbles back and actually doesn't even block. He just moves far enough back that he does not the attack is unable to hit. Okay. Who still has a turn right now? We have Soma. We have Berenger.
The two guards and Berenger, yeah.
All right, Berenger. Where are the fucking other two? I need
You
to.
really should establish who else was on guard besides fucking Saul.
Osmond, Bertram, and Berenger and Saul. Okay. Well, Osmond and Berenger doesn't need to grab a weapon, so he's going in.
Oh my
He's
god.
going at this guy, and where's my quick reference sheet? God, learning new rules is hell.
Is there flanking?
No.
Good. That's good.
Playing bad.
Okay. Oh boy. He's going for the grapple.
What a
Oh, you
Chad.
did this.
All right. The attacker must first hit the target. That fucking hits.
Jesus,
Oh, that fucking
okay.
hits. Berenger hits. All right, and that is going to be a opposed strength punch or strength exert. So
Did Swordmaster Pro
Jesus.
do shock
the
damage?
second one there would have been the leader, which I guess I could. What was that?
Did Swordmaster Bro do shock damage?
He. Ooh, shit! I did not check his shot. Ooh, yes, he did. So he did manage to find purchase, or at least enough to. Yeah, I need to
Victim.
really get used to this. This is fun. Learning.
Don't shock me, bro.
You know how much fun I would have had?
Using your magic spell skills.
I'm so upset.
Alex, you ruined it. You ruined the
Sorry.
entire game for me.
Ruined.
Yeah, well, awesome. All right, so I did have it right. Hey.
Classic sister.
I did have it right, and that is supposed to be a +1. And then, if the attacker wins, okay. So, fucking at this point, Behringer tackles and just grabs this guy. He is now holding the leader. Okay.
Doesn't the leader automatically take damage from the grapple?
At the... Oh, God. If the attacker wishes to move... Okay. I think that's with the grappler feature or focus?
I'm pretty sure that's not the case.
At the end of
'cause
each
I read it in
round, they suffer damage from each attacker as if hit with an unarmed... So at the end of the round.
There you go.
So, all right. The other two are going to get their weapons, which were not on them. Because who the fuck sleeps
Imagine.
with their weapons on them outside of that one weirdo? And I guess Gores.
Hey,
So-
Gores, I guess we should establish this. Gores doesn't have his sword with him.
Okay.
It's a dagger.
He just ran. All right,
Just
so
ran
that
away.
just leaves that would just leave Soma as the other two are going to get their weapons.
I am going to.
When Alex started talking, she sounded way too excited.
Could she cast, or was her effort used already?
I'm gonna do this.
Effort for the day.
And I'm gonna. So spell cast. Soma like grimaces, and her body begins to shift and change, and like with ripping muscle and cracking bone, she like turns into this big horrible dog that is like missing fur in patches. It's very snaggle-toothed. Questionably alive-looking dog, but it has big teeth. And then can I see any other people? Bandits?
Back to the combat rules. Yeah, they're copied. But,
I want to establish that this is all happening at the same time. That Julius's jump to cover.
and then
definitely
starts
looks
having a
like he was
nightmare.
away from this nightmare.
Screaming and crying.
No, maybe a fuck.
Using a skill is a main action. So if you want to see if you can find anybody in the darkness, unless you have dark vision, main action.
I do not.
All right, give me a. Give me notice.
Can she do like a sniff?
Oh,
You
I
can.
forgot
Good
this
whip.
other spell allowed me to see in light, like low light. Shit.
Hilarious.
Yeah, but he doesn't get to see it any light, and that was worth it.
Anyway, what were you saying?
Give me. It's an action if you want to use your notice.
Okay, well it was my main action to change form, so in that case I will just wait, I guess.
run forward?
Was there holding an action? Was that a thing?
Well, you can't
already
hold
used
an
your
action when you already used your action.
Oh, right. Okay. In that case, I'll just go ahead and wait then.
Alex, you can remain within the camp and waiting.
Yeah, I didn't.
Alright.
I didn't say that I was gonna move.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. That starts bringing us to the other team. I really should
I
really.
do want to clarify, Robert, since it feels a bit relevant. Julius is definitely prone on the ground,
Okay.
like in the back of the camp.
They are going to start moving in, charging towards the camp where the guy is screaming. Gors, you're holding an action.
Yes,
You
yes, I am.
quietly wait, ears ready to go, listening with everything for someone to get near you, and cross your path someone does.
Quick question. Could I have used an on-turn action in addition to readying an action?
Yeah.
Can I do that real quick?
Yeah, what do you want to do for your own turn?
So nobody sees because he's all sneaky, but I can describe because I like to play D&D. When Gors moves into position, his hand sort of like dips beneath his cloak, and it removes a. It's not shining, it's not polished because that would just be unprofessional, but it's a well-worn, forward curving knife that looks wickedly sharp, and he kind of like flicks his wrist a few times to make sure he's got his grip right, and he prepares to dismiss the rabble.
Oh my god! Oh.
So I don't know if that applies to my attack, but if it does,
It does! Oh, it does!
yes, good.
Excellent.
Well, you've...
Do I get a bonus for being hidden too?
I'm gonna say no, because they, like, you're essentially jumping on them, but they're already ready to go.
Sure. Okay, it's gonna be that.
And
Assume that misses.
when using your favorite weapon, reroll any roll against foes with one. Yeah, so reroll.
Come on, big money, no whammy.
That hit.
I do 4 damage.
As you pop out and just pierces him right in the chest, dead.
Okay.
Those of you in the camp, as you are watching this horrifying monstrosity of a transformation from Soma, you hear these bells just jingling, and then you just hear, and then you just start hearing someone gargling on blood.
How fun! What a fun couple of friends Julius has made as he
Yeah.
cowers. I really hope his boys join him cowering. Show how useful they are.
All right. Well, that was certainly a turn. And then we continue. That guy's dead. The one nearby is going to
Wait, don't since I fucking ganked that guy, they have to make a morale check now since I killed a guy?
I'm kind of we'll see. Okay.
Are they cool with like, oh good, Earl's dead. We hated him.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Nobody
We'll
likes
see
him.
what happens.
Thank you for picking him.
I'm not doing morale strictly by the book because I find it more interesting to just run it the way I always have.
Okay.
Sure.
Of morale being me just doing logic rather than more. You know my opinion. Less rolls better. Less rolls better. Have a fight with 18 combatants.
That was your choice.
I know. All right. So, as you do so, stabbing at this guy, you hear someone behind him. Fuck. And in the incredibly low light.
Oh, and let me be clear, like, it's incredibly fluid. Like, he goes to run past, and Gors almost lets him get past, and then his arm kind of shoots out, and with a flick of his wrist, he just cuts the man's throat and lets him fall to the ground.
All right, so The next one, hoping he can save his friend who is having his throat being cut, is going to... Fuck you. Going at you with the sword.
Oh god. I wasn't.
I think
wasn't.
I'm
Oh my god, he
nine
missed! He fucking missed!
What a guy.
Yeah. I just, Hey, Nick, what's your AC?
My AC, you sleep in a buff coat or no?
It's light armor, yeah.
I think you could, but it would be uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, Gores is like, again, he's not paranoid. I guess he's kind of a little bit paranoid. Yeah, I think he'd probably sleep in his buff coat.
Well, so what's your AC?
12.
Still take 2 damage.
No.
Shock damage, baby. Let's get these fights over with. As you turn and just begin to parry, you get knocked back, and he just kind of like checks you in the shoulder as he slashes at you, barely cutting into it, but still doing so. Looking around, almost horrified at what's going on, you can hear him just, what the fuck? Others are beginning to move in. All right. Gonna have 2 firing at the dog.
Not the dog.
The monstrosity of a dog.
Horrifying.
Number 1.
Doggle.
I don't think an 8 hits.
Nope.
2.
Nope.
All right. 2 more coming in. They're charging into the back of the wagon, and you lose sight of them.
Those fuckers.
And that just leaves the main guy. He needs to try and break this grapple. How does he do so?
Blinded.
I mean, I don't think vision helps you escape a grapple in general.
Well, I'm just saying, he
Yeah.
is still blind. He's blinded for the whole scene, right?
Important to know.
He is blinded for the whole scene, yeah.
Rip.
He can make saves, can he?
No,
If he
saves are
the-
only... Alex, did you read the spell? You can make him feel like he's dying. Then he gets a chance to make saves. Blinded, it's just for the whole scene.
What's the spell?
What was this?
Okay.
1 sense is entirely under the caster's control.
If a creature thinks itself in mortal peril, its excitement allows it to make a mental save.
Yeah, I thought that meant that if it thought it was in danger, it could
I mean,
make saves.
yes, but like in danger from what you're making it think of. You could make it think anything. You could make it think there was a giant bear charging it. Then it could make another save.
No, he's just blind.
Let him rule it as is. It's beneficial to you, Alex.
Sure. I mean, you're the boss.
Thanks.
I was
guess.
not talking to you, William.
All right, so that brings us to. Let's see, we have. All right, we got. Other than that, there is.
Can I flavor that as the dog gets shot, but it has no reaction?
Sure.
Yeah.
Do bows not have shock damage?
No, ranged weapons don't have shock because they have to literally hit.
Okay.
Okay, so, attacking grappling, grappling if the attacker wishes to move, when... Of course, grappling is the first thing that I have one of the NPCs do, because I hate myself.
Yeah, I mean, the fuck, dude.
It's what the character would do.
Oh.
Alright, so it's another opposed strength punch or strength exert.
Strength.
So I
punch
also
is the
fucked up and rolled
best.
D20 instead of 2D6 on those because D&D. So leader needs to roll a There's his, okay, he might be getting out. And that's against a 2d6 plus 2. He gets out! He, and, like, shoves him back and just begins stumbling, running backwards as quickly as he can. Still screaming. My eyes! It took my fucking eyes! It struck my eyes! Stumbling, running backwards across the road.
Is there op attacks?
There are different rules for that too, I think.
Swordborough was right next to him.
I don't think there was a section about attacks of opportunity.
No,
Like,
there's
it
not a
was mentioned
section,
couple
but
times.
Lorenzo
snap
was right there.
attacks.
No,
Snap attacks
were when,
are if you have a main action, then
no, snap attacks were a different thing then.
Yes.
Snap attacks were when you were surprised. Like if the enemy's going first and they're running at you, you can choose to do it.
I don't see anything else for opportunity attacks, just snap attacks.
Yeah, snap attacks are. That's what you explained. How you said it to me.
Yeah,
the other day.
there's snap attacks, and then there's holding an attack, holding an action if someone gets near you. Those are the two options.
I do remember mentioning attacks of opportunity though. Even for some of the
Yeah, no, so
sections, but-
that would be the equivalent. Would be holding an action. All right. So yeah, he stumbles away, and as he does so, that's all they got. End of the round, he got out. So you guys are up again.
I'm killing this fucking guy.
His
Which
buddy,
one?
that is.
The one who shoulder checked me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Gotta start
God,
working on
demons.
bodies.
He's eating the knife. He's eating the steel. Fuck.
It's not gonna get done. Oh wait, you re-roll.
What about 16?
16
Be gone
again.
from me, rabble.
You slash into him. He screams out in pain as you stab into him, and he just right in the shoulder, still holding on. He is not down.
He has more HP than the other one.
All right, buddy.
Is there? Man, there's just like nothing else I can do. I just get one attack.
That's it.
Damn it.
Oh, all right. Anybody else? We'll do party then. NPCs for the sake of ease.
What did the boys do last turn?
The boys, they came to cover you.
They're just chilling with me down like on the ground.
Yeah. They're
Oh,
like
nearby?
they're like blocking you. They're with you until you give other commands. They're with you.
This is going to shit. Julius would say as he searches,
Yeah,
goes into his
certainly.
bag. 7?
That was fucking Peppa. She goes, yeah, certainly.
Yeah. I think Julius is gonna find some fucking throwing knives. You said there's people jumped in the back of the wagon.
Yes,
Are
two of
they
them-
standing at the back or are they like?
They disappeared into the back of the wagon.
Okay. Does Julius see him from where he's standing or where he is? in his
No, the
business
wagon's
bag?
covered.
No. Any of the enemies at all?
Just the one who is blind and running across the road. Running from a guy who grabbed him and a dog that blinded him.
Well, I think Julius is going to, after he grabs his throwing knives, because that's not dangerous. I think he's gonna throw one at the blind guy before jumping back on the ground to avoid arrows. I think it also helps them to the others. No, they're not allowed to fight. They're not allowed to fight according to my my folky. But I don't think Julius is gonna give them anyway. Just
Okay, so
anyway.
there's a part here where it says make a fighting withdrawal, where it says the combatant disengages from any melee foes around them. They don't actually move away, but they can now get away from their assailants without giving them a free melee attack.
yeah, it says that. That's the second I was remembering. But like, it doesn't specify anywhere what the free melee attack is.
That is strange that it doesn't.
It definitely must somewhere else.
Anyway, do we want to resolve that or? Can I
Yes,
throw-
we will resolve that now. So throw your knife.
What do I do for that?
Throwing knife?
Is it stab?
You should just be able to roll throwing knife.
Oh, is that in my inventory? Oh God.
You just gonna stumble and fucking drop it as you're lifting it up.
Jumps back down.
All right, well, the other two are doing it too. They're in.
Yeah.
All right. We have
You want me to roll for them?
Yeah, we have
Is
we have
that
the
-2 as well?
No, they each have their own.
I don't have sheets for them, so.
Don't worry, I do.
Okay.
All right, we got Peppers.
That's not bad.
11 is not good. And we got Saul.
Whoa, Saul, my boy!
Oh my god.
Oh god, I love him. Listen, death by 1,000 cuts, most of which won't hit.
All right, what the fuck's damage on throwing blade? D4?
I know, man.
Yeah, it's 1d4.
Yeah. Do you want me to roll D4?
No, I got it. 1d4. Just 1d4. He's got it. Okay.
Yeah.
And like you just like you guys see as the fucking ranged fucking backup is launching knives at him.
Throwing them!
And he's just turning, and he like as he's turning, it just fucking pierces like right above the ribs. And he just turning, like trying to run, blinded. Ugh. All right, Soma.
Can I see where those arrow men are now, or?
I mean, you can go hunting for them. They're making a lot of fucking noise, and if you don't want to be stealthy, you can certainly charge at the noise.
Also, one of the arrows. The arrows.
Let's
She
do.
should go
Yeah,
to the
you
arrows?
know which direction to go to because you had arrows coming at you.
Let's do that. I got 40 movement speed.
Oh yeah, because you got dog legs now.
Icky.
I got fucking dog
Icky.
legs.
Wait. There we go.
Oh my. Oh my.
No.
Oh.
No,
Oh my.
no.
Oh.
Anyway,
Stop! Nobody else can see that. It's just gonna make the recording scary.
The recording. Put a big one, Ben. Put a big one in the recording, and then put this in the background so it can barely be visible.
oh, if I wasn't learning a new system right now, I would.
No.
But let's do it. Let's keep going. Fucking. All right, you're
Ugh.
charging. You can make out a figure within the brush.
What
with
charge is a real
short
thing?
bow drawn. Oh my god, you can. You can literally charge if you want.
You can make a wild charge before
uh,
hurling a weapon or crashing into a foe, moving up to twice your normal move in a straight line before making a melee or thrown attack at +2 to hit.
Sure.
So you can take a +2 to hit, but -2 to AC.
Yeah, you'll be -2 AC for the rest of the round.
Sure, I got big fucking AC. It's fine.
All right.
So
Full attack at +2.
Jesus!
Who's the assassin, Nick?
1, 1, 2, 2. What
I
the
mean-
fuck?
I'm using a
Plus
fucking
6?
knife. She's a giant werewolf. Cut me some slack,
I'm
bro.
not a werewolf. I'm a big
You're a
dog.
big fucking furry, Alex.
No.
Yeah.
God. As you charge forward, jumping on this guy and just tearing his throat out, tackling him. Your momentum
mean-
keeps you flying. You guys in the camp just hear the bells stop after a second, the shredding of flesh and the growling of dog.
Jesus Christ.
Technically, because of my Folkerino, it is to AC 10 or less. Or
Oh,
rather,
the
it
shocks
treats
against well,
it
doesn't matter.
treats all targets as if they were AC 10.
Okay, well,
the
I can
shock
fix that
damage.
real quick. Yeah, there we go.
Funny.
Oh, no, it would be... So 13's the higher, so you want it to be higher. You had something else putting it up to 13.
Okay,
Yeah, you would want
I
you want the AC to be higher
I
for shock
don't
damage.
100% know how it
it's-
works.
it's from,
No, no,
it's
no,
from
no.
your,
Alex,
it's from
Alex
your-
said
on
the
your
phrase,
arts. Yeah.
it counts them all as being AC 10 for shock.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
this.
Okay, yeah, so... Well, you still dealt the 5, so you're good. Yeah.
And then the person died.
Okay, well, post it again, Alex. I kind of missed it the first time.
I pressed the
God.
button accidentally.
Oh my God.
Don't at me. Don't at me.
Push it a few more times, Alex.
No.
God, that's
All
funny.
right, so, with that, I assume that was the goal, to fucking destroy this guy.
Yeah.
And you succeed, and you now just hear screaming. Fucking wolf ball at us! And with that,
Can I say one last thing on while it's our turn?
yeah.
There's two in the back of the cart. Just looking at like the fucking warriors and Lorenzo and shit. I think the party members have the other shit handled.
Lorenzo he's going to the cart with his fucking long sword
steal our shit.
drawn.
That's our money.
He charges to the cart, and you hear him. I give you one chance. Lay down your weapons and back off, as he holds the sword forward.
Oh, shit.
Does he do a cool like duelist pose?
No, he's holding the sword directly at them, pointed at them.
Oh, fuck.
Like it's pointed into the cart.
Fine. You know.
Oh my god, this got chaotic fast.
Yeah. Big dog do that. Big dog gonna make
Big
us
dog
scared.
gonna big.
we have two normal
Berenger
dudes and a
is
werewolf. That's what we have for our party.
Berenger is going to charge the guy and fucking just fucking try and drop kick him.
The guy.
As you do.
The guy who had 3 fucking daggers thrown at him.
Yeah, he's gonna go just charge at him. Let's see if it hits. He gets a +2 for charge, so it's a +4 now. You go, Berenger. And his unarmed is... Sorry, this is one of the guys I didn't have the sheet imported for. That would be... Ooh, okay, so... Holy fuck!
What a Chad.
As he charges, you hear him, "Get the others, I've got this!" And he runs up, jumps, and just kicks him square in the side as he's turning, and he just lands standing on the guy's back. As you just hear and you then hear what seems to be probably his skull bouncing against the ground.
Ooh.
He stumbles off. Your boys have already attacked.
God, the boys, that was so fucking choice.
Fucking throwing knives, throwing kitchenware, and they kind of turn and I believe that's it for combatants that are of any active level of skill right now. The rest hunkering down.
What's the grandma doing?
She fucking dropped.
Oh, sorry, I
to
forgot
the,
she transformed
like,
into a wolf.
She just fucking stayed to the ground.
I forgot she transformed into a wolf, you're right.
I guess I didn't say what her age is.
You sound like you implied she was a young woman.
You said
Yeah-ish.
Anyway, so
What a mousy. That sounds young to me.
it is their turn, and well, the one that just saw the wolf jump out of the darkness is just turning and running, and the one
Actually, I think
fighting
she was supposed to be, like,
Gores,
30,
morale check,
maybe.
he's in
But
pretty rough
that's
shape.
neither
but,
here nor there.
It's gonna be 30? Old bitch.
Some shit has happened to her in her life. Believe it or not.
he's keeping it going.
Oh.
He just looks. But today, you country stealing bastard.
What do you say to him?
Not today, you country stealing bastard.
That's fair. I deserve that.
And
So orcs are all seen as that?
yeah.
Mm.
And he is going to Not hit, I'll tell you what.
He's gonna do some shock damage.
He's gonna do some shock damage, though. As he stabbing into you with everything he's got, you just block it, catch it, and he just like driving it with all of his strength in at you. All right, that leaves one more out there who is hearing how this is going, and he has just got bail. So
What happened to the two guards?
they were going to get their weapons.
They're still getting their weapons.
Well, they have to get like they're fucking stowed in their shit. So whole turn to do that. Like they had to go and find their shit and then unstow it. So they're ready to go for next turn. But everyone's like fucked off. They're not charging out of the camp into the darkness at him like a maniac. You don't fight on other people's terms. You fight on your terms. That's an interesting guard and an assassin. Anyway, so
Really
that brings it
targeted.
back to your guys' turn.
I kill him. I dismiss the rabble.
And as you catch his arm, letting it just kind of like taking the stab into your side as it just barely glances past you, but taking the opening. Take it away, Nick.
He'll sort of step into the guy's reach. He grabs his wrist, twists it with his free hand, and then just opens his throat with the kukri.
Looks like the orc has a throat fetish.
Yep. If I can see another one, like I know there were some fleeing. If I can see another one, I'll pursue.
You can hear, but you cannot see.
Which do they sound close?
No, they sound like they were coming from the other side. You also hear like a very heavily breathing, like angry big dog or wolf over there.
Oh, okay. Don't want to go near that. Gors will start circling around back towards the wagon that he saw those two guys go into.
Okay. Where you see Lorenzo, the other two guys, their arms are up. They have dropped their arms, and Lorenzo's just holding a sword at them. You guys have a momentary pause.
Julius gives the two his remaining throwing daggers and grabs his short sword.
They look a little
so they're
confused,
ready.
like, throw at who? They don't see anybody.
Just be ready. You know.
Just be ready. There you go.
Yeah. Just look threatening.
They kind of, like, stand up next to you. They're just, like, you know, standing straight. They're like, yeah, we got this.
Yeah. I think Julius would be say, like, just whisper, like, I think you're on something with that Fey Dust thing, Peppers. Shit.
At this point, with their seeming morale broken, I think we can also break initiative unless someone is hunting down the fleeing people.
Dog, DJ.
No, if they've fucked off, that's good enough. They probably won't come back, question mark.
Yeah, let's go back to sleep.
The scary dog returns to camp and looks around.
Julius dives for cover again.
Immediately, like, Lorenzo, from where he is, like, trying to get these people, he then immediately just turns and spins the sword to you.
I will, end the transformation as an on-turn action.
What in
So
the
again,
fuck? What? In the fuck? I'm sorry.
Who is that?
That was Lorenzo.
Okay, I thought so, but I want to make sure.
But, what was that, Alex? You were saying?
like again, the dog like twists up into an upright posture, and like the fur like crawls back into the skin, and it's nasty. And she looks a little bit out of breath. Presumably there's still like blood on her face from, you know, being a dog and biting people. She just kind of like casually wipes her mouth and says,
Everyone gives you a wide berth. Like, the fucking 2 bandits that were captured, like, dropped their arms and they were getting in the process of being tied, and they're also backing up almost shoulder to shoulder with Lorenzo right now.
Julius peeks out from the box he was hiding behind.
"Are any of ours hurt?"
What in the fuck are you?
She kind of shrugs. "On your side?" And then she just
That answer wasn't very
smiles.
helpful. That answer wasn't very helpful. Julius shouts before tucking in cover, so before he has a chance to meet Soma's eyes.
And, like, right behind him, like, as you turn towards him, you then see fucking Saul and Peppa's just, like, looking out, and then they duck behind it, too.
It's a fucking peanut gallery. Jesus.
I'd like to, Ben, while they're having this conversation, I'd like to get close enough to prepare my thing in case some shit goes down.
Okay. What?
I don't really know. I mean, I'm human. I got.
That is not human. At this point, Berenger has made his way over, dragging the leader by the leg. You can see, like, a large scraping cut across his face, where he is being dragged face first on the ground.
Jesus.
And once he, like, sees you, he looks a little confused and just, "You are a powerful mage."
Something like that, I suppose.
And at this point, Valerie, yes, she's very, look, she's strange, but she is powerful and more than capable of helping us, and she comes trusted. Please lay down your arms against her. We'll talk about that.
I'm very sorry if I've alarmed anyone. Of course.
Bit of a warning, perhaps, next time.
This is why I asked! Julius shouts from the fucking big box.
You get a whisper from Saul, "I'm not going near her again." It's fucking horrifying.
I wouldn't expect you. I'm fucking not.
Peppa's just like, "Oh, you're both bitches."
I'm well aware.
I'm not doing it either, but you're both bitches. I just like to imagine they're like 1, 2, 3, each sticking their head a little bit further out anytime they talk.
Yeah! It's not even. It's like only like a 3.5 foot tall box. It's. So good.
So, what exactly have you done to that man? Lorenzo says, motioning towards the leader.
Oh, he's just blind for a while. Not permanently or anything.
Pretty sure that guy's dead.
Berenger, he's not dead.
If not now, then soon enough.
Berenger finishes dragging him into the camp, and
Does he
like
need?
he like
need
hoists
first aid?
him by the leg he was dragging and like swings him and tosses him a couple feet towards the center of the camp near the fire.
Does he need first aid?
He's not dying. Like, yeah, like he's probably gonna have a concussion, and his face is bloody, but
With his head hitting the ground that hard?
yeah,
Fuck, man, that'd kill a dude.
could. Doesn't seem to in this case.
I think Julius would get him and his boys to go grab those throwing knives that we tossed into oblivion.
One of them still sticking out of the guns.
I think Julius would brave that to retrieve the knife.
So
Or
what
let
we'll
them take it
do,
out and then retrieve it later.
First aid, I guess.
You're doing first aid? Oh my god. Okay.
Am I able to get the knives? Pretty sure it's D&D rule of halfback.
No, you can heal if you actually want to heal them. So are you actually trying to like give him HP back, or just make sure he's not dead right now?
Just make sure he doesn't die. Mostly. Let's do that first.
All right. Give me a wisdom heal to identify whether or not, well, intelligence heal actually.
Oh,
Identifying wounds.
Okay.
Seems okay. Like, he doesn't seem like he's gonna die.
She just like kind of shrugged to herself and I don't know, stop the bleeding.
Put a bandage on his face.
People seem okay with Monster Girl then?
They seem okay with
I don't know how to
Valerie
say-
saying it's okay. They don't.
Distant?
Everyone is still very on edge about her.
It's fine.
Has it been 1 minute?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Kill her, avenge what how she fucked up.
You took this from me. I guess Gores will he'll sort of duck into the firelight. Ven, is any HP damage, since healing is so stunted, like is any HP damage actual, like should I consider that actual damage?
I would.
Okay, so he comes back, he steps back into the firelight. He has a curved knife in his right hand that you've not seen him wield before. And there's blood. You can see blood. Some of it his, maybe, definitely on his arms. Some on his side. And he is scowling fiercely.
In any particular direction?
Probably at the bandit leader.
Hmm. Hey, Ven, how about those knives?
You were able to get him back, no problem.
Sick.
Are you also removing the one from the guy, or?
Yeah, I mean, if someone else
He'll
does
get it later.
or they're kind of busy.
Yeah.
We'll assume he gets it later. He'll probably have them hold those throwing knives just in case. The one each, you know. Never know what might come up. When we need another artillery fire.
Gores kind of looks around at the people who are supposed to be on second watch, and he rumbles, "What was that?"
Saul kind of poking out from behind everyone else. They came quick. They were running towards us.
And you did not see fit to wake the rest of us?
I heard bells. I told Julius about them, and then they were upon us.
Julius scratches his head.
I don't know why they were wearing bells.
The bells were put there because... The bells were put there as a warning system.
Well, you could have told us.
You could have woken the rest of us.
If we would have known it was a warning, I would have.
You don't think to yourself, there's bells in the woods. I should wake my companions.
I
in
thought
this
to myself, it's weird that
bandit-stricken
someone's
land."
wearing bells. I thought maybe they were like weird cultists or something who worship bells.
And you would not see fit to wake the rest of us for weird cultists?
I don't see fit to scream in the middle of the night. You know, maybe you're right. And he kind of like, at this point, he like diverts towards, listen, I'm just here to get, he just kind of backs up a bit, like tries to divert it towards Julius.
Jesus.
I'm just following orders.
Gorz,
Hey, yeah, let us know if you need if there's bells again. Good information to know.
We know now.
there
Yeah.
will be bells. And he just like scowls at he's
Good to
what's
know.
the guy's name? Saul? He
Saul.
scowls at Saul and just fucking hawks a loogie right at his feet and sits down angrily on a box and begins cleaning his knife.
Yeah, we'll remember those bells next time. Let's
You hear
Jeez, what are we-
Saul leaning into Peppa's, and you overhear it. That man is bleeding, and he is cleaning his knife. I think that is a sign of a psychopath. And Peppa's just, yeah. Y'all got into some weird shit this time.
listen. She was like was about to walk away, but like, guys back in like in a huddle, like, listen, guys, serious money here. It's worked out so far, well enough. We already got a nice prize from that bolt of cloth. We're
Yeah.
gonna get more.
And that
Well,
bolts of silk are coming right to us, right? Hazard pay and all that. And they both
Yeah, well,
just
yeah,
smile at
mhm.
you.
Yeah, we'll divide that later. Yeah. Anyway, so fellas, what are we doing with these boys here? These scoundrels who saw fit to appropriate our caravan's stock.
Several fled into the woods.
Yeah, what are the chances they got friends?
Why don't we
Well,
ask him?
friends beyond these.
Why don't we ask him? And
Of
Gorz flicks his knife towards the leader.
The unconscious leader who's...
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna respond right now.
You do have two captured ones.
Joe's gonna move towards the not unconscious ones and kind of like, I'm guessing they're tied up on the ground and kind of
At this point, one of them is tied up, like, very well. The other one has just got his arms tied up and is just sitting next to him.
Joe's gonna like squat next to him. Hey, fellas, I know we didn't get off on the right foot while under the bridge, but you want to let us know if you know.
Evan hired us for a job and told us there was going to be a very valuable wagon coming through here.
How did
Evan
he
told you
know?
that, huh?
I don't know. I did not ask any questions.
You just wanted some money for a job. Is that right?
Hey, they said it was valuable and it would not be, you know, no one would miss it, was the phrase he said.
Yeah, unfortunately, a few of us would miss the caravan.
He said there would be no fighters, that there'd be no fighting.
Gorz
Yeah, you
pops
see-
a few knuckles.
See, next time you gotta pay attention. You gotta ask, is there gonna be any crazy wolf monsters? That's what you gotta look out for.
Just gives a nod. Yeah, okay, sure.
Though to be fair, I also didn't. So we're on the same page.
So,
So
Can we
Evan
go?
knows everything then?
he set it up.
Sure. We'll talk about that other thing once we finish chatting with Evan. It might be a bit since he's taking a nap. Yeah, we'll work this out. I'm sure.
They look skeptical, but yeah, give me convince. Let's see how convincing this is, given the context.
I will say a thing depending on what the role looks like. Convinced? Yeah. I actually don't have anything to say regarding that. It was about going to say it just sounds like he's bullshitting, but I maybe it's good bullshitting. I don't know.
mean, he's obviously bullshitting to some people, but they want to believe it for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Very good. And
Is it an accent? Is that meant? Is that like a?
it seems like a combination of being nervous and having a slight accent. Yeah.
Is there like a? Is that like Frisian? What is that? I William
No,
doesn't know. So
it-
is there like a location for that?
No,
or-
in character you really can't identify it.
Okay, just
Yeah.
checking.
So,
I guess Julius would look to the others and see what What's up?
They are currently in the process of... You can see that currently Berenger seems to be staunching this man's wounds and wrapping his head.
Julius can't help
leader.
but think out loud. Man, I bet that'd be easier if you weren't dragging him.
He doesn't say anything. And, well, a few moments later, hey, he gets to do first aid with his incredible heal skill of 0. Hey, he's not atrocious at it, so 4. Tied up, he is now...
You did 1d6.
Yes, that's what it was. First aid, you can heal 1d6 plus the heal skill.
Oh!
Bro, where's my first aid, you bitch?
Someone else, you guys can first aid each other. You want someone to take care of you? No one else is coming near the maniac who's covered in blood and wipes off before patching.
Wait, they're scared of me, and there was a literal wolf monster here a second ago?
You're also
They're not going near either of you. There's a little bit of tension going on.
Dog. Please.
Whatever.
I think
canines.
while the guy's being tended to, I think Julius will not approach him all 100%, but like 5 feet away, and you're like, Mr. Yeah, got it. I forgot your name. Well, let me try that again. Mr. Gores, you holding up? Look like you're took a few hits there. Hopefully nothing too bad.
Kind of rolls a shoulder, glances down at his injury, shrugs a bit. I could have taken them all if I had just had more time.
Well, I tried, but things got moving pretty quickly there. At a point. Either way, I'd love to offer you help with this, with your wounds, but I'd probably only make it worse. There was a time when I'd try anything once, but I don't think toying with people's health is a good idea. Either way.
He just shrugs.
Good talk. It just goes back to the boys. Or, I guess back to the leader group. The group's fucking around with the leader.
Where he is currently being patched by Baron.
Guess Jules is just gonna chill for a while until the guy wakes. I guess he'll ask. So is you gonna be out for the night, or what's
Berenger kind of looks up. We'll find out soon. Splash him in cold water. See what happens.
Is he telling Julius to splash him with cold water?
Or
to do it later?
He's going to. He doesn't seem to care who does or anything. But, like, there is a nearby bucket he has prepared.
And Jules will wait then until it happens, I guess.
Once he's wrapped up and everything, and he just kind of, slaps him a couple times, nothing, and then he kind of lifts him up by the hair, and just dunks his head in the water, just for a few seconds. He just slaps him again in the water, pulls it out. Okay. And he just looks around, and like the gravity of the situation immediately just kind of, and he looks right.
Hey there, neighbor. Looks like things didn't work out too well, did it?
A surrender?
That's good. It's probably a good choice. So,
Still can't see.
I heard
He's still
that.
blind.
I did hear that.
Can I dismiss that? Let me check.
So I did hear that you did orchestrate this whole event. Care to tell us a bit about that?
It was somebody who knew about it out in
Somebody.
Brockville. Yeah.
Any descriptors for this person? Name.
No, didn't give a
Occupation.
name. Just said they were a reliable source who knew it was coming through here, super valuable, all that. So we did what we had to do and set up a few days ago.
Sorry.
What?
I would say that you could get rid of that if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You just
That's what I was looking
it was
for.
a fucking nightmare. But
You
yes,
didn't even see the worst part.
He has a point, but let's not get. Maybe let's do get sidetracked. You didn't see it, but she turned into a horrifying wolf monster and then did some things to your buddies.
Soma is just like casually
Wiping
washing
blood.
off her face.
Gores eyes you over his bloodied knife.
oh,
Yeah, so I think a couple of you guys.
Out the water bucket.
So I think a couple of you guys did run off, but two of them also survived here. So I mean, good news. Less good news though. It might depend on your answer to your following question. They gonna grab more buddies to come back here, or they just fucking?
no, this was
This was it.
yeah.
You're
This
sure
is
about
it.
that?
Look, he just kind of like almost frustratedly shaking his head. No intent on
Listen, I want to help a neighbor.
Look, I
Help
was
me
told there
help
was
you.
something valuable coming through. I was told it
Just
was a
something
very big
valuable?
caravan. 2 wagons, one of them led by an old lady. I was told if we said we was taking stuff, and we said we wouldn't attack nobody who didn't fight back, then nobody will fight back, and they'd let us have it.
Now the thing I'm hanging on here. Where'd you get this information from? Was it a nondescript hand giving you a piece of paper? Because that just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like the right story.
We didn't. He like looks away and we didn't have any. Part of the deal was guy in Two Rivers, Jackson, told us about it. Said he was confident.
Just Jackson, huh?
It's the name. He said he was confident, knew what the plan was, and knew it was coming through here, and we needed to get to it, days out from Two Rivers. We mapped it out based on travel, and just been keeping our eyes to the road.
Where'd you meet Mr. Jackson exactly?
He came from Brightfall, was staying at the Fetid Feet. You would know that's an inn in Two Rivers.
Julius kind of listens. And any description for this Mr. Jackson fellow?
Oh, about my height. He, told about my height. Kind of scraggly look to him. He, had longish hair. He had it back. Was wearing a cloak. Seemed very, cagey type.
Van, how reliable does the description make it sound? Does it seem like he's trying to protect someone? Like, Is it? What I want to gauge his motivations. Is he just trying to save his life, or is he trying to protect someone else as well? We notice, yeah.
Wisdom notice, yeah.
Here we go. It's not bad. Not bad for +0.
I mean, 7's average, so yeah. Reading him as best you can here, he definitely seems a combination of he has been smacked on the head very hard and is desperately trying to recall any information he can and is trying to save his life. Look, we're not... Please, just let
Ben,
me
can we
go.
make some money turning these guys in Two Rivers?
Oh, definitely.
How much?
Anywhere, like, it would literally depend on whatever the fuck the people you brought him into felt like paying.
Huh.
It could be anywhere from, like, throwing a couple gold at you to, like, 100 or more.
Jeez.
It all depends on how they feel.
Julius is definitely thinking about that right now while that guy talks.
Look, we fucked up. I get that. Wasn't expecting no majors. I didn't want to hurt nobody. I didn't want nobody getting hurt. I wasn't part of it. So...
It's bad luck, I'll tell you what. Got a bit of bad luck here. It's unfortunate. Then at that point, I think Julius would stand back up and just look to the others, try to gauge, you know, what the vibe is. How far are we from Two Rivers, like time-wise? A day?
Day's travel, yeah. Day and change, maybe.
So, do we want to turn these guys in Two Rivers and split the coin?
Please. Oh. And, the first thing is, Valerie just... There's no real easy option for this, is there? We can turn them in and throw them to the congregation, but they'll probably just be put to death.
The easiest thing to do would be to just kill them.
I'm gonna vote against that one. Vote against that one.
Shrugs.
Now.
I guess the easiest thing to do would be kill them, but... They did say they didn't want to kill anyone. They even gave us a chance to turn ourselves in. It only grew bloody when... And she turns to Soma. This one started casting magic. They wanted us to throw down our weapons. That not speak for something.
I suppose, but they're also more than willing to take us for every valuable we have.
The better question is, who would have sold me out?
This Jackson fella could just be a middleman. Ben, does Jackson sound like a familiar name to Mr. Knows a Guy?
That is a very basic name.
Description as well, not doing anything.
It's a very basic description. It does not help.
Yeah, well, worth a shot.
I think...
Could also be fake.
I think there is plenty to be said for being more worried about who decided to sell us out. Not
Well,
many people, most of you very trusted. Like Julius here. And a personal
Julius gives like
recommendation
the guilty as
for-
charged face.
Personal recommendations for some and highly recommended for others means that even just knowing the basics, there weren't many more of you.
Well, if you look at the timeline, what was it? Is it 2 days ago, Evan? 2 days?
We've been setting up for a few days more than that. We was told about it almost a week ago.
Or a week ago. So it wasn't anyone who you invited, it seems. So, Miss Betancourt, who's made this journey all the more difficult?
She looks a little frustrated as you address her, and she just... You can see her considering, and then Berenger walks up. If we turn them into the dead. If we kill them, they're dead. What other options are there? You let them go, they do it again. At least if you kill them, it's quick. We do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be against that one. I don't particularly mind whether we turn them in or let them go, but I'd rather we not just murder our helpless captives. Leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Turning them in is the same.
Except that we get paid for it.
And they get tortured, in all likelihood. They will want information about the deserters. At this point, Maurice just... I think we should... Let's just let him go. Set a good example, you know.
That's enough out of you.
And Maurice just looks concerned and confused.
You did sell him out.
I heard what you said.
Oh, look, I didn't want anyone to die. I didn't want... my
First
daughter to
sign
see
of
it.
trouble and you wilt like a flower in summer.
I don't want... He just...
That was weirdly poetic.
I don't... Yeah, it really was. It was kind of weird.
I was in character!
Oh. Mine was out. It took me by surprise.
You can make any character. have Peppas or fucking
Yeah.
Saul agree.
Yeah. So I was like... Wilt like a flower. That's beautiful.
Knew it was such a good idea to you take that folk guy.
And Maurice just... I don't want my daughter seeing blood, okay? She doesn't need to be dealing with all of this.
So let me get this straight. You took a job guarding a caravan out into the dangerous wilds. And you didn't want to see blood.
Bit foolish when he puts it that way.
I don't have a choice, alright? I'm not... If there's something
Well,
we
you
could
can't-
do to stop it...
Like, give up completely on the job? That
No,
doesn't seem like
But
the
if
choice.
you throw in some fucking paintings or a
Listen,
tapestry
I'll-
at them, makes them go
Listen-
away, isn't that
listen,
worth more
I'll-
than a
I'll
human
admit-
life?
I'll admit, it would have been good information if the wolf girl told us that she wasn't just a drug addict. That would have been good information. We could have gone off of that with, you know, our decision making there. But selling out our associate, I don't think that was it. Even if you thought it might have helped us, I could have spun something. I could have kept him going for a bit. Helped him forget about Mr. Gores.
The situation was under control until you decided to help.
I think things are going pretty good until
seem
he
like
turns
anyone
towards
else
Soma
was-
horrifying.
It didn't seem like anyone else was doing anything.
You took action, miss. This one. And he kind of like fucking brandishes his knife at the guy
Oh fuck!
dismissively. Not like he's gonna hit him, like he points
Using it to
at him.
point?
Yeah.
That's enough to scare this guy.
That's enough to scare me.
Look, I'm sorry. That wasn't part of the plan. I don't...
You put my life at risk again. And I will do the same to you.
Joel's kind of like leans back, disassociating himself with himself from this current conversation, this current topic.
Look, oh, you know what?
Personally, I would say that everyone deserves one chance to change their ways.
What about the ones, with from the... And Joel just kind of points to his... What about those, those guys?
Well, their ticket to the future is blank unless we all make that decision for them.
What ticket? What?
She kind of like shakes her head a little. They can decide to do differently if they want to, unless we kill them.
I don't think the dead ones can. I genuinely don't.
She just looks a little exasperated, like why would she suggest that the dead ones can?
Well, that was Julius was asking what about the ones you bit their throat out. That's why he was pointing to his mouth.
Oh. I suppose I did not have to.
These men made their choice.
I mean, good on you defending the garden and all that. That's the goal. That's what we're here for. The philosophical stuff might be getting a little too deep into it. Fuck it, let's vote. All everyone in favor of turning them in, raise their hand. Julius kind of looks around.
No one really is in favor of turning them in.
Everyone in favor of killing them.
Damn,
You see-
I don't know.
What?
I'm trying to decide. Sorry, ignore me. Go ahead.
Amongst kill them is I need to get the full list of people up here.
Oh my god, Vin, we need just a roster. I have a roster. We got mostly. We got Valerie, Bulge, Lorenzo, the
I got it.
Chessums, Luis, Granger, the two
Amongst
guards.
kill them is let's see.
I ended
here.
up putting together actual notes, but that's one let you know.
Osmond and Bertram are both in Camp Kill Them, along with Lorenzo and those are the only NPCs voting kill them. You can see the Cheshams are they don't really want to vote at all. Like, a lot of these people are kind of uncomfortable with the idea of voting on whether or not you kill somebody.
All right, and then who's voting for let him go?
I think Gors also votes kill.
5. And who votes to let him go?
You see the hands for. After a moment, Valerie is probably second or third. Maurice votes let him go.
His daughter vote.
Vote to let them go.
Barringer is let him go. You see one of the two guys tied up try and raise his hand.
That's great. So that's Soma, Valerie, Maurice, and
Julius
Barringer?
gets 3 votes, by the way.
Who does?
Julius.
He can break this tie in either way if he wants. Oh, that's really funny.
And then the Cheshams vote let him go as well.
So both Chessums?
Yes.
So
After
that's
a minute
easily
conversation.
in favor of let him go.
Yes.
Well, hold on. By how many?
By 1? I think, actually.
Gors does a bit of counting, and then he points his knife at Maurice again and says, "Anybody who endangered somebody else's life in the caravan shouldn't get a vote."
Yeah, anyway. Mr. Almil, Miss Peppas, any thoughts here?
Saul considers for a second. Were I in that situation, I don't think I would want to be killed, so...
Yeah, I get that.
And I
Yeah,
certainly would not want
God.
to be turned into the congregation.
You didn't look to Stefana.
I mean, you know, I'm gonna echo that. No interest in, you know, it's about putting yourself in other people's shoes and britches. In this case, well, if we ever got in a pickle, I could see something like this happening. Try not to kill anybody, though. I figure if things got bad, you know, you stick to the non-violent kind. Try and sneak in and snatch something rather than anything else, right?
Anyway,
She says it almost jokingly.
Anyway, right, so that's two votes higher on let him go. So unless anyone changes their mind, I say we let him sit in the middle of camp tied up for the night, and we let him go in the morning. Sound good?
Of course, scowls.
Yes, that sounds fine to me.
Alrighty, I'm hitting the hay. Good night, everyone.
Maurice does give a... Oh, I don't think I can keep doing this. I got... Like, he's nervous as shit and won't take his eyes off of Gores, who has threatened him at least once now, and pointed a knife at him.
Twice.
I say at least once.
No, I only threatened him once. I pointed my knife at him twice.
Okay. Oh, I can't. He like turns towards Valerie. I can't do this. Look, I'm sorry. I thought this was gonna be easy, or easier than it is, but he turns back nervously towards where his daughter was sleeping, and is now like turned over in her bedroll. If this is what it's gonna be like, I can't do it. I think I need to turn back. Can we have a you know, something, just a mule, just to get back? And after a moment, Valerie, if you want a mule and you want to turn back, I wish you would have made this decision sooner or later, but yes, take a mule and leave.
It would be smarter to travel to Two Rivers. It is a day's less travel.
I mean, I know people, but I don't have... I need to get to something resembling home rather than the hat. And no offense, but I feel like you're apt to cut my throat in my sleep, so...
Gores just like blinks at him.
Oh man. I will let it be known that Julius has removed himself from the conversation.
He blinks at him a few times, shrugs, and then says, "Suit yourself."
Oh.
And he begins awkwardly trying to bandage himself.
Someone can come help him if he's not gonna be weird about it.
If he's not gonna bite, I don't know, Alex. You're the wolf woman.
The weird
I didn't
blood
say-
boys are gonna go be friends.
I never said that.
Well, no, I want to know. What does she do?
Come over with a fucking bandage and be like, "Do you need some help?" It's that simple.
He again, he looks at you for a second, shrugs, and then grunts an affirmative and settles into what you would assume is a practiced stoic stance and expression. He looks like he's somebody who's used to being injured and having somebody tend to him.
I guess I will try to doctor the man.
Man, I walked away, but I thought it was really funny when Alex asked if he was going to do anything weird when she tried to bandage him. What were you thinking, Alex? You start moaning?
Wait.
No, I said, is he gonna do anything at all? Basically.
I have one more question. As she begins the wrapping or whatever she's doing. Without looking at her, still staring straight ahead, Gores asks, "Have you done this before?"
Oh, yes. I'm
Good.
not a professional or anything, but she shrugs.
Good.
And then he just goes back to staring straight ahead.
All right.
Nice.
Can I heal him a d6 or whatever?
Yeah, after a few minutes, roll a d6. And you add your heal modifier to it.
It's 0.
It's a d6.
Nice.
Hey!
There you go.
Alrighty.
Feels good.
So you heal, and you also gain 1 point of system strain. Your system strain is equal to your con. Though you lose 1 for every night of good, refreshing sleep, so...
Con
So
mod or
the-
con score?
Is the bottom number
score.
supposed to be the maximum?
Yes, I believe so.
And then I count up from 0
Yes,
on the top
yeah.
number? Okay.
So if your system strain is maxed out, then yeah, you can't be healed.
And bad things.
So when you finish, Gore's kind of... His knife has disappeared, by the way. You didn't see him put it away. It's just gone.
He swallowed it.
Okay.
And he kind of gets to his feet, rolls his shoulder a little bit, looks down at you, grunts, gives you an appreciative nod, and then goes back to sleep.
I mean, it's better than being shunned, all right?
Oh, I forgot. I'm glad I remembered. He kind of does a double, not a double take, but like he turns turns away, and then he looks back, and he says,
You acted decisively. Well done.
and then he just turns away and goes back to sleep.
Thanks, I guess. She like gives him a weird look, like he's the weird one, even though he's definitely not the weird one. And
Oh, he's a weird one.
I don't
I mean,
think
of the two of them.
funny.
is you acted decisively the most confusing compliment you can give someone.
I was trying to think of something better, and like I just couldn't, so I just went with it.
Oh, all right. So with that, you all eventually get back to sleep. The bandits tied up until morning. You gather quickly when you decide to. The plan's just to let them go when you guys head out, right?
Yeah.
You gather that apparently the two that you spoke with have agreed to go back to Brightfall with Maurice and his daughter.
What the fuck? Are they being given like rations or anything?
Yeah, they're being given enough rations and a mule to get back.
I more so meant the bandits. Are they getting rations?
Well, I mean, yeah, now they are.
It's really funny.
Can Gores collect like in the morning? Can he go to the slain and fucking loot the corpses?
Sure.
Nice.
Yeah, he's doing that. Well, like when he goes to retrieve his bells, he'll do that.
Amongst the things are short bows, not a lot of arrows, like none of them have more than like 10, and they're not very well made. The bows are kind of beat up. The swords aren't incredibly well kept. Very low quality equipment on them.
Listen, all I'm saying is let's start arming the boys.
He just gathers everything up. I think he kind of. I don't think he's not going to strip the bodies, but he'll gather the weapons, if they had any coins or anything. And he'll take them back to the camp and just kind of like find a spot in a wagon, just dump them in there.
Pretty funny.
That was amongst the slain. That would be the 3 killed and the And then, are you also taking the weapons from the three captured?
I don't think Gore's is specifically.
All right. So,
He is like as Maurice and company depart, he is going to get alongside Valerie as they leave, and he'll ask, "So what qualified him to help anyway?"
he
Uh,
had
Julius also had intention to talk to Valerie, so he's gonna be walking up during this.
he had a lot of. He was something of a social wayfarer, I think is the way he described it. But he had a lot of connections from his time before the White Witch.
If my nose didn't tell me better, I would have told you that he shit his pants at the first sign of danger.
If I was younger and I was transporting my nephew, I think I would do much the same, because I don't think that violence should be exposed to people before they can even wield a blade. So, I don't think I would begrudge them. Tried to do it.
Regardless of all that, are we now missing those favors that we would have been using in Two Rivers?
It seems so.
Well, lucky for you. That's where I'm from. And I know quite a few people there who do owe me.
Oh, is this not a fortuitous sight? You continue to come in very handy, Mr. Julius.
And will continue to do so. Honestly, I don't know why you brought that guy along to begin with, even if he did have favors. Did you feel bad about his kid?
A little.
Hmm.
But he has been in many circles of being more than willing to help with the mercantile businesses when it came to acquiring things and moving them around Avandria fairly unnoticed. So he was not without his talents.
That
Are you
his
not worried
talents
that-
were with a pen and paper.
Are you not worried that he is going to betray you?
She considers for a moment and shakes her head. Everyone
Okay,
here was
worries.
very thoroughly vetted.
The greater worry is if someone threatens him.
All
What?
they have to do is offer him coin, and he will take the deal. I've seen his type before.
There are people who know. Every one of you will. I have your names. There are people in Brightfall who know. There will be consequences to selling this out.
Well, I do hope he understood that. Though even so, a knife at hand is far worse than a one that might exist somewhere. If someone threatens him directly, he'll probably sell us out.
To know to do so in order to do it.
Maybe. Though I'm honestly not that concerned about it, mostly because I don't I have no idea what we do about it.
And what value does he truly have? That a caravan of valuables continues to head west? Or one of
He
what?
knows
Many?
that you can get people out of the country. Do you not intend to return to Brightfall?
No. I intend to stay in Crayfleury.
All works out then.
Then
I
how do
needed
you
a
intend
lot
to get
known for this one.
how do you intend to get people out of the country?
Just as Mr. Atherton has spoken of his favors he can call in, I have connections.
Did you just... Does she know Julius' last name?
Yes?
Well, notable is that he did not give that last name when the one guy asked. Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
At that, Julius just kind of, or I'm sorry, that's your name. Gore's just kind of grunts and moves back to whatever place he had before done with this conversation.
There's a reason I've consistently been vague about our exact goals and how we're going to get there, because in the event that something sells us out, well, what,
Right,
they
well,
come
what exactly-
hunting at Two Rivers, and then they have what? They have to guess if we take Sarator and we go off-road, and perhaps we just keep following the river, go to the Everend.
Right. Well, what do we need in Two Rivers exactly?
There's someone I have to meet. Someone helping me. It was an old guard captain of the Cinderguard.
More so meant that I can help with. You know,
Well,
for whatever Maurice would have done.
you saw how we stayed at an inn and no one asked questions. If you could do much the same, find us a place where no one will ask questions. There are a lot of us, perhaps setting it up so we can split ourselves amongst 2 or 3 groups so we're less obviously traveling all together.
Shouldn't be too hard. I've frequented an inn or two at Two Rivers.
Obfuscate how large we are, how big our party it is, and how much value they have. That would be, well, invaluable, really.
Well, I'll see what I can do when it comes to that.
Doubly so, if you can do so without my needing being there. I can get the meeting done. We can be on our way all the quicker.
As long as you're paying for the inns, then it all works out.
On that note, how much do you think that will cost?
Then how much does Julius think that would cost?
With bribery and everything, give me a... Let's see,
Would this
give me a...
Int leadership?
I'm thinking wisdom admin.
Oh, I guess I do have admin. You sure you can't be int? There's a different scene. I'm re-rolling. Yes!
Oh. God.
What counts as a new scene?
It's morning, Alex. It's a new scene.
Oh, okay, but I'm just asking, like,
I mean, it's kind of... It's kind
yeah,
of
what counts as a new scene in a movie,
nebulous.
Alex? Same thing.
okay, all right,
Yeah.
just making sure.
Just use
It's a bit
logic.
nebulous, to be
Yeah.
honest, but I mean, it's pretty easy to see that it's a different scene.
Yeah.
We all slept.
God, that is
Look for the
so
cuts.
powerful that you just always get to reroll.
Yeah, I do.
Mm.
Look for the cuts, Alex.
Probably not much more than, maybe 10 gold if you want to be very careful and make sure nobody at the establishments are asking questions.
10 gold per, or...
Probably total, throwing around about 10 gold for a day's stay for quite a few people.
Could probably get down 10 gold.
William, I was ready for you to say 15.
I was about to say 12, and I flubbed it a bit. We'll say Julius is being nice today. Or can we say 12?
Okay.
Yeah, probably get done with 12 gold.
Well, in that case, and she heads back and produces a mixture of 15 in gold and silver.
Excellent.
There's 15 total there. See to it that everyone is very well and fairly compensated, and do not ask questions. And, keep whatever's left over.
Will do. I might throw a dagger like an infant, but I can certainly get that handled.
Gives a smile.
There's a chuckle from Gores in the background. It's a begrudging chuckle. How dare you make him laugh?
How dare?
Onward to Two Rivers, then. If we arrive tonight, we can get everything settled. Perhaps, at this point, she considers... Don't really have riding horses right now, or I'd send you ahead. If you can make it tonight, get everything set up, we'll arrive in the morning and stay a full day. Head off the following. Does that work?
Sure. I'll be taking. I'll be taking. God, I need to fucking. Gotta scroll through my sheet to remember their names every single time. I'll be taking Mr. Allmeal and Miss Peppa's with me though.
Not a problem. You should probably maybe take a couple more. As I said, obfuscate. Needs to look like there's a couple of merchant caravans and perhaps some other people.
Let's see, who stands out the most in a typical caravan setup? I guess the wolf girl's fine without blood on her face. Guard, typical guard. So I settle on Gores. Gores stands out, yeah. Just from being like a hood-wearing fiend.
Depends on the time of day.
The only time I would say Gores definitely would not stand out is if he was in a city and that city and it was like raining and also nighttime and also, you know, it was dark.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Mr. Gores, could you assist me on an errand? We'll be going forward to Two Rivers ahead of the group.
Why?
Take care of lodgings and whatnot. I'll be basically filling the role that Maurice would have, but I'll be doing it better.
I don't doubt that, but last time he went ahead of the group, it didn't go so well.
Is William missing something?
Yes.
He's talking about when we
At the
went
West
to the
Gate?
gate ahead of everybody else.
Maybe so, but this is that wasn't on our terms. This will be.
And what happens if more of these ruffians confront the caravan while we are away?
Well, there are quite a few. Will be quite a few guards left over.
Which ones?
Julie starts pointing at people.
Does he point at Soma?
Who?
Yo.
He kind of points to everyone but Soma and then hesitates, looking at her for a moment. At least those people.
Gores hooks a thumb at Soma and says,
Is she staying?
Oh gosh. Miss Soma, do you want to go on an errand with us?
Can I catch the eye of Valerie?
Yeah?
Did she give the nod or no?
Doesn't say anything.
She hesitates. Who is going to be not in the party that is going? Like, who is going to stay
is
to
left
guard
behind?
the
The
rest
only
of the
people
caravans?
who would be left behind would be you would have God, I really do need to write out the entire roster
Okay,
at this
the people,
point.
the fighters who are left
Staying
behind,
behind would be Osmond, Bertram, Berenger,
Lorenzo.
and Lorenzo. Those would be the main fighters left behind. Though also Phoebe seems to have some level of defense.
Phoebe's one of the merchant.
One of the
siblings?
Cheshire merchants, yeah.
One of the, yeah.
As long as Miss Valerie thinks that the caravans will be suitably guarded, then I would be happy to.
Oh, you misunderstand it. If she is staying, then I will go. But if she is not staying,
And he kind of just shrugs.
Well, up to you two.
Are we really splitting the party?
Nick is.
I'm sorry, man. She's the only competent one.
Perhaps I should stay then.
Have it your way.
Gorza shrugs.
There you go.
So,
Alright. Julius would let Miss Bittencourt know that he's taking Gores as well.
not a problem at all. With that all settled then, you should reach Two Rivers by tonight. Feel free to push a little bit faster. Push the mules a little bit harder and things will be taken care of. We'll see you all.
You're giving us mules?
She's giving you, yes, 2 mules worth of supplies and things.
Oh, well, there you go. See what we can do.
And we'll see you all tomorrow. I will find you at... Oh, I'm sure one of you will find us when we arrive in the morning.
We'll have someone waiting.
Should arrive by... And she considers midday, perhaps. At the latest.
As there's 4 of us, right? It's the goons and Julius and Gores.
Yeah.
So as the 4 of us move to go on ahead, Gores is gonna stop next to Soma and he'll reach into his cloak and he'll produce a smallish leather pouch, and he hands it over. And as he does so, it jingles a bit, and he says, "Here, might need these."
She blinks a minute and then seems to realize what they are. Oh, all right. Hopefully I can do it correctly. She kind of like looks a little
Load the bells.
like maybe she's not sure if she can do it correctly, but we'll see, I guess.
Just be a dog the entire night and then sleep in the fucking car on the way.
Sleep in the car.
Yeah.
Oh.
He just makes a non-committal grunt at her and then leaves.
Okay.
And then Julius urges the donkeys forward, and we are off
All right.
with bells on, or bells
So,
behind us, actually.
as you guys head towards Two Rivers, marking the first leg of this journey, hopefully to a close soon, with Soma leading the defense of the wagons for the extent of their day's journey left. You guys say your goodbyes, split in half, and make your way.
Cannot believe you split a 3-man party. I cannot believe you just made us do that, Nick.
What do you mean? You were about to do it, and then I
I
said
was.
something. You were. You were just like,
What?
You asked Valerie about me, not her, and then I had to be the one to be like, what about her?
I
And
mean, I
so-
started by talking about you. Go ahead, Vin. Do the in the session. Then I can yell at Nick. And I can fucking chokeslam Nicolas Cage.
And so, as you guys make your way further westward, away from the seat of power in Avandria, and get yourselves out from under the shadow of the White Witch, assisting this caravan and its strange 8-layer deep level of weird movement and who knows what, led by a caravan master making their way towards Crayfleury with strange contraband that you're not allowed to ask questions about. We will go ahead and end the first session. I don't know what the fuck to call this.
Oh,
Oh, God.